Okay. All right. All right, folks, let's take your seats, and we're going to start the Agriculture Forum for 2017. All right, well, listen, my name is Michael Young. I'm the acting Deputy Secretary for the Department of Agriculture, and I want to welcome you to the 2017 Agriculture Forum, Outlook Forum. It's the 93rd Agricultural Outlook Forum, and I think, as always, we have a fantastic program here today. You'll hear our Chief Economist give a talk about the outlook for trade and agriculture this year. You're going to hear a speech from Iowa Governor Brandstad and House Agriculture Committee Chairman Conway. And you'll find, I'm sure you've looked at the program today. For the 2 days, there are a number of really interesting sessions. There's an industry panel today, and there are a number of concurrent sessions covering everything that you're going to be interested in: trade, commodities, conservation, food safety, nutrition. There's even a session on the demand for cage-free eggs. So I think you're going to find something here that's going to be of really great interest. There's a lot of opportunity in this forum for you to do some interaction with folks, and you can interact with folks that you maybe normally wouldn't have a chance to dialogue with. And I would just suggest that you take every opportunity that you have to do that at these sessions and in between these sessions. There's just a lot of great opportunity to interact with some folks that you might not otherwise have the chance to. So please do that. The other thing I want to mention here, just opening, is there's another aspect to this forum that I think is really important, and that's something called the Student Diversity Program. It's the 10th year for this program. It provides an opportunity for about 30 students from all around the country to come to the forum and to come to Washington and have some interactions with agriculture leaders. And these folks are the future of agriculture. They're our future leaders. Could I ask them to stand up, please? And can we just recognize this group? So congratulations to them, and I hope that all of the rest of you will take an opportunity to have some interaction with these students and continue the dialogue. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this over to our Chief Economist, Rob Johansson, and he's going to provide the outlook for agriculture.
Well, good morning, everyone. We got a great crowd here today. As Mike had just mentioned, we want to welcome you here to our 93rd Annual Agricultural Outlook Forum. As the acting deputy just mentioned, we have a great program this year. We're looking forward to interactions over the next 2 days. But first I want to thank, and we'll be able to do this in person shortly, our two distinguished speakers this morning, Iowa Governor Terry Brandstad and House Agriculture Committee Chairman Mike Conway. I'd also like to draw your attention to our industry panel, which will follow the coffee break this morning, and of course thank Sarah Wyant for moderating that session. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of the many speakers and participants that are here today to enrich our sessions over the next 2 days. Without your participation, our forum would not be very useful to policymakers, to our stakeholders, and of course to our agencies as we come together to discuss a host of important issues that we're likely to face in 2017. You have to excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm going to be drinking coffee while I speak. Well, of course, many things have changed since last year, as you can imagine. I'll just note a couple of them. The historic drought in California appears to be broken. We are busy marketing the largest U.S. corn and soybean crop ever. China started to back out of its stock-building policies for corn and cotton, and yet global stocks for some other commodities have continued to grow. Farm productivity continues to advance. Exports are increasing, yet farm income has fallen more quickly than any time since the mid-1970s. This graph here shows how market participants, like market signals, are mixed regarding their sentiment about economic well-being over the next 6 to 12 months. Farmers, consumers, business owners, and home builder indices all indicate increased optimism regarding the future economy compared to their sentiments that were surveyed a year ago. So again, I normalized responses to surveys to be equal to 100 back in February of 2016, and then just charted how they look comparatively today. Of course, not all of those indices are going up. If we look at an indice derived from the Federal Reserve Bank surveys, we see that slightly down relative to last year, somewhat similar to what a corn price index would show. I want to address those topics today by focusing on two main themes. What is the condition of the current agricultural economy, and what are the prospects for production and prices looking forward? I'll first turn to the current farm economy. If you remember, when Congress was debating the 2014 Farm Bill, the United States was recovering from the Great Recession and just coming off the highest levels of federal deficits since World War II. At the same time, farm income was also at historic levels, reaching a peak of 2013 of more than $120 billion. Today, many producers are in a different situation. Net farm income has fallen dramatically since 2013, down almost 30% in real terms. That is the largest four-year drop in farm income in 40 years, when net farm income fell by more than 45% between 1973 and 1977. We've also seen record production in major commodities over the past few years, and as a result, prices have come down significantly. In 2016, net farm income is projected to be $68.3 billion. That's last year, of course, and it is expected to remain relatively flat into 2017 at $62.3 billion. Our baseline projections show that farm income is not forecast to grow much over the next 10 years. This chart also shows, however, that previous USDA 10-year forecasts for farm income underscore how many factors can change, pushing farm income higher or lower than we expected when we put out the forecast. And while the farm income forecast is down by almost 50% in nominal terms since 2013, farmland values remain strong, and those values continue to underlie relatively strong debt-to-asset ratios, which is now expected to be 13.9% in 2017, up from the low point of 2012, which was 11.3%. That ratio at the aggregate level compares to a peak of more than 22.2% in 1985. And it would still take a dramatic increase in debt or a loss of farmland value of more than 50% to reach that level today. Of course, that's at the aggregate level, but as with most national statistics, we know that there are sectors or regions that may be struggling more than others. For example, when we look at debt-to-asset ratios by farm business sectors in 2016, we note that about 1 in 5 cotton, wheat, hog, and poultry farms have debt-to-asset ratios of more than 40%, in a category we would classify as either highly leveraged or very highly leveraged. And those farms are the ones that are more vulnerable to low prices. Yep. A bit of a technical difficulty here. Give me a second. We also know that young farmers and those that rent more of their land typically will have higher debt-to-asset ratios as well. We see that more than 1/3 of young farmers are highly or very highly leveraged in 2016. That's 20% highly leveraged and 16% very highly leveraged. We're back. All right, just give us a second here to see if we can get the screen back on. There we go. We know that farmers have been borrowing to cover operating costs. Current levels of real debt are approaching record levels from the 1980s. However, the latest Kansas City Federal Reserve report indicates that the volume of new farm loans was down significantly in the fourth quarter of 2016, falling by 40%. Record yields and lower input costs are the contributing factors to that, but also tighter lending in the face of continuing low commodity prices are also explaining the decline in loan volumes. With interest rates remaining low, however, those high levels of debt are not associated with the very high interest payments that we saw in the 1980s. At their peak, interest payments relative to net farm income in 1985 exceeded 60%. Today, they remain close to 20%, a very different situation. Loan repayment rates are declining, as suggested by the earlier chart, Federal Reserve Bank survey responses. Farmers are refinancing current debt and seeking longer repayment terms at slightly higher interest rates. But delinquencies rose only slightly last quarter for both real estate and non-real estate loans and remain modest by historical standards. I'm sure we'll hear more about this later today and tomorrow in our sessions on financial conditions. Despite the rise in delinquencies and increase in debt levels, the more severe issues with farm bankruptcies associated with the 1980s crisis are still far off, according to recent data from USDA's Economic Research Service. Here we see the rate of farm bankruptcies still running at less than 2 per 10,000 farms. The rate was nearly double that in 2003 and 10 times that in 1987. Another place we might expect to see the tightening financial situation reflected is in land values and land rental rates for farmland, as farming profitability erodes. A large component of the cost of production, of course, is buying or renting land. And land values, as I mentioned, are also the largest component of the relatively strong asset base of U.S. agriculture today. Both land rents and land values have started to decline as measured by USDA surveys, and also those conducted by universities and by the Federal Reserve banks. And that decline has thus far been relatively light in most areas compared to the increases we observed in land value increases between 2011 and 2013 when we were seeing double-digit increases. Now let's compare that to the 1980s situation. Looking back, we saw at that time capitalized value of land, which is determined by dividing the land rents by the rate on the 10-year Treasury bond, diverged from land values in the 7th Federal Reserve District. Subsequently, land values followed those capitalized rents back down by the late 1980s, losing approximately 50% of their peak values over a 6-year period. So that was 1980s. Where are we today? The current capitalized value of farmland has been running above land values since about 2007, illustrating headroom for even higher land values. However, that gap is starting to close. As an illustration, I've shown here, if we assume that land values and cash rents fall by about 5% in 2017, and interest rates average the current rate of about 2.5%. Those two measures start to converge in 2017 at about $8,000 per acre for cropland in Iowa. Turning to farm programs, we also know that they've been helping with adjustment to these lower prices. Many programs are working as designed, but given the rapid turn of agricultural sector profitability since 2013, do we see those programs providing the safety net to producers that was intended? Well, crop insurance remains popular, driven by the general popularity of the revenue products, now more than 70% of liability. Liabilities have come down with commodity prices, but still exceed 100 billion, and the number of acres insured remains high at about 300 million acres. Additional policies for whole farms and specialty crops are continually being added. However, on the other hand, participation in the supplemental coverage option and the stacked income protection plan for cotton remain less popular than expected. Turning to the new commodity programs, both the Agricultural Risk Coverage Program and the Price Loss Coverage Program were designed to be countercyclical, triggering when prices or revenue fell below certain levels. As prices and revenues have been coming down, both programs have been providing assistance to producers. As of February 2nd, ARC had made payments of about $5.9 billion for crop year 2015, with the largest shares going to corn, soybeans, and wheat base. PLC payments totaled about $1.9 billion for crop year, have totaled about $1.9 billion for crop year 2015, with the larger shares going to rice, peanuts, and wheat base. As might be expected with the new programs, there remain questions about whether they are functioning equally well for everyone. Here we see an example of ARC program payments and county yields for 2015 crop. The red areas indicate that that actual revenue, average revenues are falling below the guaranteed revenue. Here we see post-ARC payment, and the areas from red have now turned to yellow, indicating that those areas have returned to 100% of their ARC guaranteed revenues. And so it just demonstrates the countercyclical nature of the program and the fact that it seems to be working as designed across the nation. But if we look more closely, I outlined a couple areas in blue in those last two slides. It's a central section of Illinois which shows how the program functions at a finer resolution. Here, a farmer with corn base acres in McLean County, Illinois in 2015 had an average county yield of 199 bushels per acre and could expect a payment rate of about $69 per base acre. Whereas across the county line in Piatt County, Illinois, a farmer with corn base acres had an average county yield of 221 bushels per acre and did not receive any ARC County payments. Unlike the Title I commodity programs for crops, the Margin Protection Program for dairy has not been providing payments to dairy farmers at levels expected when the program was designed in 2014. While dairy prices have fallen since 2014, which has tightened margins, feed costs have also fallen significantly. As a result, since the program began in 2015, premium payments for participating in the insurance-like program have exceeded program payments. However, had margins tightened further, similar to levels we saw in 2009 or 2012, that margin program would have likely triggered for the majority of participants at much higher rates. All right, turning to what most of you are here to hear about, I'd like to turn now to what I see as the major factors influencing the market for agricultural commodities and provide the first look at area and prices for major field crops for the upcoming season. Obviously, tomorrow and tomorrow's commodity sessions, our analysts will offer a more detailed look at USDA's projected balance sheets for the 2017-18 marketing year and provide an update to our earlier estimates in our 10-year baseline projections. I'll start by just pointing out that production has outpaced consumption for many grains and oilseeds over the last 4 years. Relatively high prices for the last decade have resulted in increased production in both in the United States and around the world. We have had record or near record world crops for corn, soybeans, and wheat over the last 4 years. As wild world consumption has grown, global stocks have grown, particularly for wheat, in terms of days of use. In addition, the strengthening dollar and increased competition have reduced prospects for U.S. exports. While the domestic prices are expected to edge up this year, they are likely to remain close to last year's low prices. U.S. prices for most agricultural crops are expected to be flat or slightly higher for the 2017-18 marketing year. Despite high inventories, wheat prices are estimated at $4.30 per bushel, up about 12% from last year. And U.S. farm businesses specializing in wheat production are forecast to see a 5% increase in net cash income this year. Corn prices are projected to edge up only slightly to $3.50 per bushel for the 2017-18 marketing year, up 3% from last year, but down more than 50% from the 2012 record price. Soybeans are forecast at $9.60 per bushel, up about 1% from last year, but down 35% from the record in 2012. We're expecting to see cotton prices at 65 cents a pound, down 6% from the prior year, and the all rice price is expected to edge up to $10.70 per hundredweight. With commodity prices rising slightly, we still expect to see an increase in idled acres this year, acres which have been brought into production as commodity prices rose through the 2012 era. Looking at a lagged price index, we would have expected plantings to fall by a larger acreage last year than we did see. But good spring planting weather and lower prevented plant acreage resulted in an 8-crop planted area last year of approximately 253 million acres. This year we assume more normal prevented planted acreage, and observing the lag price index, continued pressure on margins, we would expect the 8 crop planted area to fall this year. Lower crop returns will push some areas out of production, while shifts in relative returns will reallocate planted area amongst crops. Looking at the corn-soybean price ratio, we see that through more than half of February, the new crop corn futures have averaged close to $4 a bushel, up about 10 cents from February last year. Soybean prices over the same period have averaged about $10.20 per bushel, about 2.6 times the corn price, and about $1.35 above last year's futures prices. The last time the ratio during February was this favorable to soybeans was 1997, which preceded the takeoff of corn ethanol in the United States and the robust growth in China's soybean imports. A more recent historical comparison could be 2014, when a rapid increase in China's soybean import demand over the first half of 2013-14 drove the ratio up nearly to 2.5 during February, helping pull soybean plantings up 8% while corn declined 5%. It is this price ratio which drives some of our expectations for the increase in soybean area this year. Based on current conditions, we expect the 8 crop area to fall by almost 2% to 249.8 million acres, down 3.6 million acres from this time last year, from this past year. We have already seen winter wheat area come in lower than the trade expectation. Along with lower winter wheat seedings, we are likely to see fewer acres planted to corn, rice, and other feed grains. Alternatively, cotton and soybeans are expected to pick up some of that planted area in 2017, rising to 11.5 million acres and 88 million acres respectively. This would push the ratio of soybean area to corn area closer to parity in 2017-18. Combined corn and soybean acreage is expected to total 178 million acres, up 0.6 million acres from 2016. Corn area is expected to decline by 4 million acres to 90 million as soybeans rise. The outlook for livestock and dairy is for continued record production. Although prices for livestock, poultry, and milk declined in 2016, lower feed costs provided the impetus for expansion of flocks and herds. Cattle also benefited from improved forage supplies through much of the year. In the case of hogs and turkey, further support for growth reflects recovery from the disease outbreaks in the U.S., which affected hog production in 2014 and turkey production in 2015. We project that total meat, poultry production will hit another record high of more than 100 billion pounds in 2017 as production of beef, pork, broiler, and turkey all increase. Milk production is projected to be at a record 217.4 billion pounds in 2017, with herd expansion and growth in milk per cow. Beef production is forecast to increase as supplies of cattle have increased. The cattle herd expanded in 2016 for the third year as continued improvement in pasture and forage conditions and falling herd prices encouraged producers to retain animals for herd expansion in late 2015. Production for 2017 meat and poultry is expected to outpace demand, and so we are projecting lower prices for cattle and hogs, with broiler prices relatively flat compared to last year's levels. Fed steer prices are forecast to decline to $112 per hundredweight, down almost 7%, as increased cattle supplies move through feedlots. Hog prices are expected to fall to $43.5 per hundredweight, down nearly 6% from last year. With continued strong domestic and global demand for dairy production, however, we're expected to see price rises for milk by almost 11% relative to last year, to just over $18 per hundredweight for the all milk price. Dairy producers benefiting from low feed prices and improved milk prices will see improved margins as well, driving herd expansion and growth in milk supplies. Increase in agricultural trade remains a key component of future growth in our ag economy, as we all know. Strong competition and reduced demand led to falling U.S. exports in 2016, but improved global conditions and record U.S. production are generating more sales in 2017. USDA revised upwards expected value of trade in fiscal year 2017 by $2 billion over our November projection, and up more than $6 billion year over year. Export volumes are also up for most commodities and groupings, including livestock and dairy products, compared to last year, rising in aggregate more than 10 million metric tons relative to 2016. U.S. agricultural exports are forecast at $136 billion for fiscal year 2017, with a rebound in Chinese demand and strong export sales in the beginning of this year. U.S. exports to China are projected to be up more than $3 billion year over year to $22.3 billion. And exports to Canada are also projected at more than $21 billion. Exports to Mexico are expected to be more than $18 billion. And together, these three countries purchase more than 45% of total U.S. ag exports. Over the past 10 years, agricultural volumes to China have increased by more than 125%. A key component of the global slowdown last year that propped up the U.S. dollar value and reduced global demand was a slowing economy in China. The forecast for China GDP growth this year is raised compared to our last year's forecast, suggesting demand growth for imported agricultural commodities. By 2026, we project China will import more than 140 million metric tons of grains, soybeans, and cotton. China's soybean imports have grown sharply and now account for nearly two-thirds of world soybean trade. Global soybean trade is expected to increase by 25% over the next 10 years, adding 36 million metric tons and reaching almost 180 million metric tons by 2026. China's soybean imports are forecast to account for 85% of that increase. The projected exports of soybeans and soybean products to China over the next 10 years is based in part on an assumption that the number of middle-class households in China will more than double, approaching 250 million households by the year 2024. Those households will start demanding more meat, protein, and processed foods in their diet. And looking at other potential markets that could provide significant new demands for food commodities, we note that the number of middle-class households in India is expected to more than triple by 2024. And we'll hear more about that at the forum in later sessions. And while the U.S. has made some inroads to the Chinese marketplace, it has not had much success with opening up new markets in India. Poultry, eggs, fruit, and milk offer the greatest potential for growth in the Indian marketplace, with the estimated annual growth in consumption of poultry meat exceeding 8%. Overall, global trade of feed grains is expected to increase as well over the next decade to meet rising global demand. Global trade for corn is projected to increase by 25% over the next 10 years, reaching 167 million metric tons. Much of that demand increase is expected in North Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Based on projected yield growth, the world will need to allocate about 50 million more acres to corn, wheat, and soybeans at U.S. productivity growth levels to meet the increase in trade demand. The United States is expected to remain the world's largest exporter of corn over the next 10 years, and the U.S. share is expected to remain between 38% and 39%. Brazil is expected to remain the world's largest soybean exporter, with its share growing over the next 10 years to 50% by 2026. The United States is expected to remain the largest exporter of cotton over the next 10 years, although we see increased demand coming in from other countries. And I'll just note that the European Union, is expected to remain the world's largest wheat supplier to the global market, with its share between 20 and 21%. The value of U.S. meat exports and dairy exports is expected to increase in 2017 on increased trade volume in all major categories. Broilers were affected in 2015 by high path and the closure of markets to our poultry products. A number of those markets have reopened, supporting increased exports, although some remain closed, limiting growth opportunities. Exports over the longer term are expected to grow, and over the next 10 years we expect to see broiler exports increasing by about 20%, pork exports are expected to expand by 22%, and beef and veal exports are expected to grow by 37%. All right, coming to the end. Outlook for food prices, as you would expect, also remain flat. Even though we're projecting lower prices for many commodities, the commodity price, as we know, is a relatively small portion of the overall cost of food in the United States, accounting for about 17 cents of the food dollar. With falling commodity prices, coupled with falling energy prices, however, we have seen food prices in the United States fall year over year since December of 2015. That's the longest sustained fall in food prices in 60 years. Annual food inflation was negative 1.3% in 2016, down 2.5 points from 2015. USDA's Economic Research Service forecasts inflation for food at home between 0 and 1% for 2017. Low food prices for U.S. consumers are something we've become accustomed to, at least when compared to rising disposable household income. In general, this chart illustrates that U.S. consumers spend about 10% of their disposable income on food, which is the lowest or near lowest globally. U.S. disposable personal income reached about $13 billion in 2014, and the median household typically would spend about, as I mentioned, 9.7% of their income on food. However, the upper quintile in the United States spent roughly 7% of their disposable income on food, whereas the lowest quintile spent between 32 and 35% of their income on food. Looking at aggregate amounts of food expenditures that represents, we note that the top 40% of households based on income account for nearly 60% of food expenditures in the United States. All right, and to conclude, net farm income is flat and likely to remain flat until stocks to use starts to fall. The premium of cash rents to land values is likely to close with lower rents and values. The soybean-corn price ratio suggests more acres of soybeans and fewer to corn. The overall planted area to the 8 crops is down by 3.6 million acres. Record meat, poultry, and dairy production will look to export markets. China demand is continuing to grow while opportunities in other developing countries beckon. Food inflation is likely to be low in aggregate. Continued marketing opportunities are available to target higher income households, but low food prices remain an important component for millions of U.S. households that spend a high percentage of their income on food. Thank you very much. Now I get to introduce some good, interesting speakers to you. Hopefully I didn't finish too quickly or too slowly. I'm going to introduce Dr. Sam Clovis, who's going to come up here and introduce our first speaker, the Governor of Iowa. Just making sure that, oh, here we go. Great. All right, so as many of you know, Sam Clovis was born and raised in central Kansas before leaving home for the United States Air Force Academy. Upon graduation from the academy, Sam entered pilot training and remained a fighter pilot in the Air Force for 25 years, serving around the world in various operational and staff functions. He retired as a colonel and the Inspector General of NORAD and the United States Space Command. Upon retirement from the Air Force, Dr. Clovis entered the private sector where he worked for a number of companies, including Northrop, Grumman, Booz Allen, and he also served 6 years as a fellow at the Homeland Security Institute where he contributed to national preparedness, immigration, and infrastructure protection projects. He entered into the academic world and was most recently serving as a full tenured professor at Morningside College in Sioux City, Iowa. Sam is a Bachelor of Science in Political Science from the Air Force Academy, an MBA from Golden Gate University, and a doctorate in Public Administration from the University of Alabama. He served as the National Co-Chair and Chief Policy Advisor for the Trump presidential campaign, and he was a Senior Policy Director during the transition period after the election, and is now serving as Senior White House Advisor to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Let's all give Sam a quick applause.
It's a floating stage. It's very exciting. I did get the opportunity to fly airplanes most of my adult life, and before you say anything, it was back when I was quite literally half the man I am today. Spent a lot of time on television during the campaign, and it is true, it does add about 10 pounds to your comportment there. It's a great honor to be here. It's a great honor to be here in front of this group. As you know, I hail from Kansas originally. I didn't have the courage or the smarts to be a good farmer, so I decided to go fly jets for a living. And little did I know that 40 years later I would circle back, land in the state of Iowa, and have the opportunity to become not only part of the political landscape in the state of Iowa, but also part of the agricultural landscape there as well. We're proud Iowans, and we're proud of what we produce, and we're proud of all of the things that we are able to do as far as agriculture goes, because agriculture touches every aspect of American life. We know that by the year 2050, we're going to have to feed 9 billion people. And we know in the state of Iowa and across the United States, we'll be out there preparing to do that, because there is so much that has to be done. Technology, science, data. We have to get past the thought that we guess at what we're going to do. We have to know what we're going to do, because we can't afford mistakes. And we, the people of the United States, are going to depend on a lot of you, the people who are the brain trust, the intellectual capital, the hard workers, the entrepreneurs, all of the people who are in charge of agriculture across this great nation. We're going to depend on you to make sure that we get to that point by 2050 where we can feed 9 billion people. It's been my great honor to be the friend of the person I'm going to introduce to you next, and he's become a dear friend, someone I've gotten to know extremely well, someone that I've campaigned with, and I will tell you there's not a harder campaigner in the state, and there's certainly not in the country. He's an individual who has served longer as governor of a free state in the United States than any other person in our history since the ratification of our Constitution. He is an institution in the state of Iowa, and he is a great friend of all agriculture. He supports renewable fuels, he supports every aspect of what we do in agriculture, and he has been instrumental in bringing billions of dollars of investments back to the state of Iowa so that we can prosper, lower input costs, and improve our profitability across agriculture. He's a great person on top of everything else, a great father, a great husband, and he's been a great friend to so many of us, particularly those of us that are neophytes in politics, and I certainly was when I first encountered my friend. And the person that I want to introduce and bring up here, the person designated by President Trump to become our next ambassador to China, my friend, my governor, Terry Brandstad.
Well, Sam Clovis, thank you for that very nice introduction. And I'll tell you, when Sam and I would campaign together with all of our statewide candidates, we always had Sam as the closer because he knew how to really get the audience fired up. And he's a great guy, and we're glad you're now a liaison from the USDA to the White House. As a farm kid who has had the honor of serving governor of Iowa, a state that helps feed and fuel the world, it is truly an honor to be with all of you today to address this very important agriculture conference. Lieutenant Governor Kim Reynolds and I, and we are elected as a team and we work as partners. The two of us recently talked with Governor Sonny Perdue, and we know that he is anxious to get to work to represent agriculture, and we know that he'll do a great job because of his background and experience as a veterinarian, as a farmer, and as somebody that's been in agribusiness, and of course, governor. The U.S. Department of Agriculture will be in good hands. I want to share my thoughts on the future of agriculture and economic development in rural America. Simply put, American agriculture is tied to rural America, and rural America is tied to greater agricultural economic development. Perhaps one of the most underreported national news stories of the past few years has been the economic recession that has hit the agricultural economy and the jobs that it's cost in a lot of farm machinery manufacturing, as well as the losses that farmers have sustained. The USDA announced recently that U.S. farm incomes will likely drop 8.7% in 2017, a fourth consecutive year of declines driven by a slump in commodity prices. USDA also noted that net farm income will drop to $62.3 billion, which is half the record $123 billion that farmers earned in 2013. The softening of the agriculture economy has been felt in Iowa and all across the heartland of America. The price of corn and soybeans is below the cost of production. In Iowa, land values have decreased 17.5% from record highs in 2013. These financial pressures hurt American farm families and negatively impact other industries in rural America, particularly ag-related manufacturing. But these things are not as dire as they were during the farm crisis of the 1980s. And I know firsthand, because I was governor during that time. In that period, 1982 through 1986, land values in my state dropped 63%, and we closed 38 banks. So that was a really difficult and dire time. Despite recent challenges, I believe there is a bright future for agriculture and economic growth in rural America. I'm hopeful because American agriculture is poised to continue innovation. I'm optimistic because I believe American agriculture remains best positioned to help feed and fuel this growing global population and deliver the fiber and protein demanded by growing middle-class populations around the world, especially in China. I'm confident that we can further diversify American agriculture and increase the value-added opportunities for agriculture commodities, because I've seen what we've done in Iowa the last couple of decades. I'm encouraged by the renewed interest in agriculture and the talent pipeline that is flowing into American agriculture today. I'm confident that the Trump-Pence administration will support the advancement of innovation in agriculture. The ability of rural America to overcome challenges bolsters my optimism for our nation's future. When faced with challenges, farmers and agriculture producers consistently seek new opportunities. Some of the challenges that we've overcome, like the farm crisis of the 1980s, tore at the very fabric of communities across rural America. In the 1980s, Bloomfield, Iowa, a community in Davis County in southeast Iowa, struggled like communities across the Midwest. An uninsured bank, and I was governor, I didn't even know there was such a thing as an uninsured bank, but we had 4 banks that had been grandfathered in, and they survived the Great Depression of the 20s and 30s, but we had one that closed in 1983 in Bloomfield, Iowa, caused great loss to the depositors, including families and businesses. And area farmers were straddled with debt and limited market opportunities for their crops. In fact, a lot of people didn't think that there was much of a future in Bloomfield, Iowa. However, through persistent focus on economic diversification and an entrepreneurial spirit to rebuild its community, Bloomfield now has new manufacturers that are growing alongside innovative startups and many young people, young entrepreneurs that have moved to that community. I visited Bloomfield last year, and I was impressed with their Main Street revitalization, a new hardware store, and the M3 fabrication manufacturing plant led by a young man that had moved back to his hometown. And to continue their efforts to stay on the cutting edge, community leaders in Bloomfield are instituting aggressive strategies to become Iowa's first energy independent community by the year 2030. Communities all across rural America have turned challenges into opportunities for growth and diversification. One great example that I'm proud of in our state is that we now have 43 ethanol plants, and we have 13 biodiesel plants. But the economic slowdown of the past few years has negatively impacted agriculture manufacturers in Iowa and many other states. And we were talking about Kinsey Manufacturing, and we were talking, and John Deere, which is a huge employer in our state, They continue to lead manufacturing and innovation in Waterloo, Iowa, but the farm economy the last 3 years has reduced manufacturing output and reduced employment in these farm manufacturing companies. The same can be said for several other agriculture manufacturers all across Iowa, the Midwest, and rural America. Agriculture increasingly is high-tech, with technology helping advance precision farming. It's changed so much from when I was growing up as a kid on the family farm. Over the past 30 years, we've significantly added value to our agriculture commodities. So instead of shipping out the raw commodities, oftentimes we're adding value to it, all these ethanol plants and now biochemicals and companies like Cargill and Ajinomoto and CJ BioAmerica and the list goes on, have made significant investments and exciting new products are being made from them. We're replacing petroleum-based products with bio-based products, better for the environment and also better, obviously, for agriculture and jobs in the Midwest and other ag-producing areas. We've also diversified the Iowa economy by expanding exports and supporting growth in biofuels, wind energy, new fertilizer plants, biorenewable chemical plants, pork processing facilities, premium beef processing facilities, and advanced manufacturers, among others. These industries employ literally hundreds of thousands of Iowans in rewarding careers. American agriculture must seize the opportunities that are before us. We have a moral obligation to help advance innovation in agriculture so that we can feed this growing global population that, as you've heard, is projected to reach 9 billion people by the year 2050. A few years ago, the state of Iowa placed a statue of Norman Borlaug in the U.S. Capitol. We're so proud of this, a native Iowa farmer, farm boy who went on to lead the Green Revolution and saved 1 billion people from starvation. His life is a story of an Iowa farm boy that dreamt big and made a real difference in the world. Dr. Borlaug personified the importance of nurturing innovation in agriculture. His innovations and those of agriculture producers and scientists have helped our nation's agricultural heritage blossom into a thriving bioscience industry which leverages the research of our land-grant institutions, including Iowa State University. Iowa was proud to be the very first state to accept the provisions of the Morrill Act over 150 years ago. We just had Iowa State Day at the Iowa State Capitol, and Iowa State University was showing a map of the state of Iowa and the land that was pledged from different counties throughout the state to help support the establishment of the land-grant university. And I was proud to see a lot of it was up in north central Iowa, which I used to represent as a state representative. So there's a great history and heritage there. Iowa was proud to be that first state to implement the Morrill Act, and as you know, we have land-grant universities all over the United States. Pioneering companies and productive, hardworking farmers have enabled Iowa to lead the nation in the production of corn, soybeans, pork, eggs, ethanol, and biodiesel. Innovative Iowa companies are making a difference from feeding a growing world population to reducing our state and nation's dependence on foreign oil. To ensure that agriculture is prepared for the 21st century, it's important to grow that talent pipeline that's needed to drive innovation. Lieutenant Governor Kim Reynolds has advanced a nationally recognized science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM initiative in our state that gives our students the confidence and skills for rewarding careers in agriculture and biosciences. The interest has grown, and the achievement of these students just over the last 5 years has been astounding. She helped lead the STEM in Food and Agriculture Council because education and job training are the foundation for future economic growth and innovation in agriculture. In order to grow Iowa, we must look for policies and reforms that will continue growing family incomes. One way to do this is to close the skills gap, which in many ways is the biggest challenge that many states face over the next decade. And we, like Senator Grassley and Senator Ernst, the Lieutenant Governor and I go to every county in Iowa every year. That's 99 counties. And we visit a lot of industries, and we hear again and again, we have good jobs. We just can't find people with the right skills. So that's why we've got to close the skills gap. Lieutenant Governor Reynolds has set a future-ready Iowa goal that 70% of Iowans in the workforce will have the education or training beyond high school by the year 2025. We have a goal of 70%. We're presently about 54%. So we have a ways to go by the year 2025. This conversion is important for agriculture. Accomplishing our ambitious goal will create unprecedented opportunities for Iowans and better position our state to compete in an increasingly knowledge-based digital economy. We want more Iowans to have careers that they deserve and employers to be able to hire the skilled workers they need to grow and to innovate. Iowa is also launching a comprehensive computer science initiative. We're encouraging every high school to offer at least one high qualified computer science course, and every middle school to provide exploratory computer science, and every elementary school to include at least an introduction to computer science. That legislation is moving through our General Assembly and has great bipartisan support. We're very optimistic it will be approved during this session. All students, including students in rural America, need to learn how computers operate because it's fundamental to their life and the work that we have today. No student should miss out on this opportunity because of where they live. We must better align education and training with the essential workforce needs. I'm optimistic that the Trump-Pence administration will nurture the state-federal partnerships and will help grow the talent pipeline needed for agriculture and the biosciences. And there are positive signs on the talent front. After decades of decline, FFA enrollment in Iowa has grown by 57% in the last 20 years. Iowa State University has a record enrollment in agriculture and related fields. We have also seen recent graduates return to rural Iowa because technology is generating new opportunities for them. President Trump and Vice President Pence won a huge victory in rural America in the last election. I know they appreciate the need to drive further innovation and growth in rural America. There has been significant diversification in Iowa and America's economy over the last several decades since the farm crisis of the 80s. In Iowa, we now add more value to our agriculture commodities than we ever did before. And that means more income for the people in our state and better prices for our farmers. Two prime examples of the advances that we've had are biofuels production and the growth of wind energy in rural America. Last December, Lieutenant Governor Reynolds and leaders from the Iowa Economic Development Authority and the Department of Transportation unveiled Iowa's most comprehensive energy plan ever. Iowa is already a leader in low-cost, reliable, and renewable energy, but we're proud that we are now an energy powerhouse. Back when I became governor in the 80s, we were almost totally dependent on imported foreign oil for our gasoline and coal for our electric power. We recently set an all-time record in ethanol production. We produce more ethanol in Iowa than we consume in gasoline. We also set a new record for biodiesel production by an additional 55 million gallons, and we lead the nation in the percentage of our electricity generated by wind. In Iowa, we now generate over 35% of our electricity from wind and expect that number to exceed 40% by the year 2020 with just the projects that have already been announced. Iowa's comprehensive new energy plan will help build on our past energy successes and reaffirms our commitment to maintaining Iowa's energy leadership in the future. The USDA and other federal partners have opportunities to partner with states like Iowa to renew the federal-state partnership and nurture the growth of renewable energy all across rural America. My frustration with the previous administration's retreat from the statutory requirement of the renewable fuel standard is well known. Nobody's probably been more vocal on that than I have. Their retreat caused uncertainty in the rural economy and drove down the price of corn and soybeans. Rural America and renewable energy can be an important part of an all-of-the-above national energy policy that we're very optimistic will be implemented in the new administration. Another diversification prospect is the opportunity to more aggressively open market access around the globe for America's farmers and ag producers. The Obama administration moved too slowly and failed to focus on what matters most, improving market access. With over 95% of the world's consumers living outside of the U.S., I'm optimistic that new trade deals will focus on market access that will especially help rural America. In addition, I'm confident that the Trump-Pence administration will pursue export growth and aggressively eliminate non-scientific protective barriers that other nations have imposed against our products. The federal government must protect the integrity of the science-based product approval process. I'm heartened that we have opportunities to grow partnerships between rural and urban America. I'm confident that the Trump-Pence administration better understands the needs of rural America. A prime example of the misguided regulation from the previous administration was the Waters of the U.S. rule. We care about water quality in the state of Iowa, and I'm convinced that the only way to advance and sustain a nutrient reduction effort is through urban and rural collaboration and through public-private partnership, not through over-regulation or burdensome federal rules. I'm glad that Secretary Vilsack took a more collaborative approach towards water quality than did his counterparts in the EPA. As governor of Iowa, I had the opportunity to work with Secretary Vilsack and his team to advance a state-federal private sector partnership to improve water quality. And I'm looking forward to continuing that, and I'm confident that Sonny Perdue, Rick Perry, and Scott Pruitt will take a collaborative approach with the states and the private sector on this important issue. Last year, I called on the Iowa legislature to send me a water quality improvement bill. I was pleased to see progress made. It passed through 3 committees in the House of Representatives and passed with strong bipartisan support. But unfortunately, it was not even taken up for debate in the Senate. We have new leadership in the Senate, and we're hopeful this year the bill, which provides long-term, dedicated, and growing source of revenue to help implement projects to improve habitat and water quality directed by the nutrient reduction strategy, can be approved and can be coordinated with the USDA support as well. I'm optimistic that this year I will have the opportunity, hopefully before I leave for my new assignment, to sign legislation that modernizes Iowa's agriculture infrastructure, creates jobs, and provides a long-term, dedicated, and growing source of revenue for water quality projects in our state. In short, I'm reassured that we will have smarter regulatory policies from the federal government, especially with the change that we see coming in EPA policies. I'm honored that President Trump has nominated me to become America's next ambassador to China. I know it's going to be a big and difficult assignment, but it's been a great honor and privilege to serve as governor of a state I love, and the U.S.-China relationship offers many opportunities to continue to grow agricultural exports to the biggest country in the world with a growing economy. Already, China imports more U.S. soybeans than all the rest of the countries in the world combined. Multi-billion-dollar soybean contracts between the United States and China have become commonplace. In fact, I've witnessed the signing of several of them myself. China has become a major importer of American pork as well. And we soon hope to reopen the market for American beef. I want to serve it at the embassy. And I certainly want to do what I can to try to convince the Chinese leadership to do that sooner rather than later. I look forward to being an advocate for all agricultural exports in this new role. I'm humbled by the prospect that a farm kid from Iowa would be chosen to represent our country in China, the biggest, most populous nation in the world. I've been so blessed to serve more than 22 years as the governor of the state I love, and I'll never forget my farm roots. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today, and thank you all very much.
Well, thanks very much, Governor. I think we will, if we have time, maybe open it up for folks that perhaps want to come to the mic in the hallway here. If anybody has a question, we have time for a couple minutes of Q&A, and the Governor has graciously given us a little bit more of his time to follow up. Certainly, I think there are a lot of interesting questions to ask the Governor. Looking at the prospects for the biofuels moving forward, for example, certainly we've seen the renewable fuel standard reach a level of 15 billion gallons in terms of the conventional ethanol level. Do you see prospects for going past 15 billion gallons in terms of trade, for example?
Well, I'm very hopeful. You know, one of the issues that we have that's come up recently is the Chinese restrictions on DDGs. The tariff they put on DDGs, that's certainly something that's near and dear to my heart that I'd like to see eliminated. And also, I do think there's great opportunity. We have the capacity to continue to grow more and more corn, and we need to have a market for it. And ethanol has been one of the great things in my state that's really made a difference. And frankly, we've blown past the 10% ethanol. We have a company in Iowa that has got, I think, a couple hundred E15 that's come and go, which has a number of their convenience stores as E15. And I think ideally, the best blend level to get the best mileage is probably about E30, and I think we should shoot to try to get to that.
Very good. We have a question here in front.
Yes, so Dr. Larry Trennell with Iowa State University. Appreciate all the comments with Iowa State University. When you take a look at the great job you've done investing in public education, especially within agriculture and the extension service, we've got so many extension services and universities around the country that are kind of divesting in extension. What kind of advice would you give them about the importance of the things that are coming out of Iowa State University Extension?
Well, first of all, Stephen Leith, the president of Iowa State University, has done a phenomenal job of really revitalizing and building Iowa State University to now be the largest public university in our state, and really partnering with agriculture and biosciences to see some great opportunities, and extension plays an important role in that. So again, like a lot of other agricultural states, because of the commodity prices, we have some budget challenges right now, but that's all the more reason why we need to continue to work to open up these markets and to add value to agriculture products, so we generate the money, so we have the money to support extension and other critical programs that are critical to building and diversifying this economy. And that's an important part of the public-private partnership that I was talking about.
Okay, we have a question up front here.
Good morning. My name is Deja Perkins, and I am a student at Tuskegee University. My question was more of a clarifying question. You mentioned in your speech that computer science is going to be more implemented in schools, And I was wondering why you felt that this was an important initiative to take when a lot of students, especially in urban communities, all they know is technology, and they are more technological advanced than we are, with my generation and your generation are as a whole. So once again, my question is, why do you think that computer science is an important tool to implement in schools?
Well, they didn't even have computer science when I was in school. And yet today, so much of our economy is driven by technology, and to be computer literate is critically important. And I want to make sure it's available in rural schools as well. I think the challenge is in some of the bigger urban schools, it's more available than it is in rural schools. And our initiative, the state of Arkansas, I think Governor Asa Hutchinson has really made this a priority in that state. I have seen what he did, and we hosted the National Governor's Summer Meeting in Des Moines last year, and we saw what Arkansas and other states are doing, and I said, I want to see that done in Iowa, and that's one of the initiatives we have before our General Assembly. And the big thing is we want to make sure that kids are exposed to this, they see there are great career opportunities there, and that's the most important thing, I think, to make sure that we're aligning education with workforce development and economic development that's preparing our young people of today for great, productive, high-paying jobs in the future.
Very good. We have a question here in the front.
My name is Paul Temple and I come from the UK. The limiting factor to agricultural production is often seen as water, and I'd be really interested in your views as to whether we have the right strategies for water.
Well, I mentioned that in my speech. We have something called the Nutrient Reduction Strategy in Iowa, and we're really trying to build a public-private partnership to protect the quality of our water. We happen to come from a fairly water-abundant state. California used to be a drought state, but that's all changed here lately in the last week or so. But obviously, those things change from time to time. But water is critically important. And water quality is one of the big issues that we're dealing with in the upper Midwest. And we find the best way to do that is to work in a collaborative, cooperative way to try to protect these valuable nutrients that we need and make sure that we're reducing the loss of them going down our rivers and into our lakes and into the ocean. So that's a critical issue. I worked closely with Secretary Vilsack on that, and there are significant federal dollars that are being placed in that as well. We want to make sure that USDA continues to partner with the states and helps in that endeavor, because I think that's critically important. And we've also done a lot to reduce the use of water I mentioned the ethanol plants. We have reduced water usage significantly as they have improved and perfected the processes for ethanol production and for other products.
We have a comment from up front here by Richard.
Over here, Governor, thank you. I represent a brokerage firm in Chicago, and many of our farmer clients are interested in the implications of the President's America First trade policy on agricultural exports. Specifically, as you know, Mexico next month, our largest corn buyer, is sending a delegation down to South America to consider sourcing corn out of our competitors down in the South rather than the U.S.
Well, right after the election, I went on a trade mission. I'd scheduled it before the election. I was in China and Japan. And what I tried to tell them is there's no question that President Trump wants to improve the agreements that we have in terms of trade. He feels that the trade imbalance is too great. I think we had like a $16 billion trade imbalance with Mexico, and that needs to be closed. And yet, he, a long time ago, wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. He's a businessman, and the best deal is a win-win situation that can be beneficial for both of our countries, well, not just between us and Mexico, but China and Japan and elsewhere in the world. So I'm hopeful at the end of the day that the President and his administration
we'll work to improve bilateral agreements and, in fact, enhance our opportunity to export. And frankly, since we're such an important market, I don't think our competitors, our trading partners want to lose this market either. So it's a matter of trying to negotiate the best deal for America, but in a way that's also going to be a win-win for our trading partners as well.
Great. We got a question over here.
Wes Bolson from Cool Planet. Iowa has done a wonderful job on soil health. Mr. Buffett, Howard Buffett, and the Soil Health Partnership and others in Iowa are taking a leadership role in soil health and what that means for legacy, increasing sustainability and profitability. How is it that we take that idea and make sure that the legacy of farm is left with putting health back into our soil?
Well, that's a great question. You know, as somebody that grew up on a family farm, and I have a brother and 3 nephews that are involved directly in production agriculture today, that's really important. My father, who recently passed away the last couple of years, wanted to make sure that the family, and now he has 3 of his descendants that are farming, and we want to make sure that the health of that soil is good. Now, what they do is they raise a significant corn, which they sell to the ethanol plants. They buy back DDGs, which they feed the cattle, but then they also get nutrients from local confinement hog operations as well as from their cattle manure to help be sure that we have adequate fertilizer and nutrients in the soil. And also, obviously, using things like filter strips and grass waterways and terraces and things like that protect our valuable resource. We happen to be blessed with some of the best land in the world in the state of Iowa. We're proud of that, and we want to keep it and make sure it's available for the benefit of future generations.
Thank you. Sir, we have a question here.
Ambassador, it's early days for your diplomacy work in China, but I'd like to ask a question looking into the future. Russia and China have a long common border, but they've never been good neighbors. But recently we're hearing reports that Russia is hoping to build food exports to China next door. And they're working hard on their chicken industry to build that up, even though they're deficient in pork and other things. But if that happens, and China and Russia form a closer alliance, would that be a concern for you?
Well, of course. You know, we're competing with Brazil, we're competing with Russia. Russia doesn't have well, they've got a lot of problems, and I've been to Russia as well, the old Soviet Union into Russia, and one of their big problems is they're not even able to preserve the food that they produce to be able to, a lot of it spoils just between southern Russia and Moscow and St. Petersburg and places like that. So they have a lot of big problems. Brazil also has some big problems with their transportation infrastructure. So yes, there are competitors, but I think we have some natural advantages, especially if we upgrade and improve our infrastructure, things like the locks and dams on the Mississippi and things like that, and our transportation infrastructure is really important. But we are we have some of the most productive land in the world. We have some of the most innovative farmers in the world, and I think we can compete. The big concern I've got is that we get a level playing field and that we get the opportunity to compete on a level playing field and not have adverse restrictions on our products. So that's why I want to get beef. You know, mad cow disease is long since gone in this country, and there's no reason why the Chinese should continue to restrict American beef. So that's one of the things that's high on my priority list, because I want to serve it. I want to serve it in the embassy, I want to serve it at the ambassador's residence, and I want the Chinese, with the growing population and an interest in more protein, to have an opportunity to get that. And they already buy a lot of pork from us. I just want to add beef to it.
Great, we've got two more questions. We have one over here. The lady's been waiting patiently.
Sure. Well, thank you for taking the question. Governor Brandstad, Tiffany Atwell from DuPont. First, I want to thank you for all the work you've done for American agriculture. Of course, our pioneer business in Iowa has really benefited from all of your trips to China and taking a lot of the agriculture community with you. And we appreciate you working to open those doors. I don't think that President Trump could have picked a better pick for ambassador to China, to be honest. But I think that with all of the challenges that we have in China, you mentioned beef, but we're still having significant issues with import.
Traits of corn, yes.
Yeah, you know the issue well.
I sure do.
So,
I'm going to focus on that, too.
well, I don't doubt that. But just in general, what do you think the best approach will be with China? Because we know that part of the challenges on the trade approvals, it's a political issue for the Chinese. And we're thankful that you've developed these great relationships within China. But what do you think the best approach with China so they can see the win-win on some of these trade approvals? And thank you so much for your service.
Safety are big concerns. I think food safety is a big concern they have. We need to make sure we're partnering with them to address those. And I know DuPont is doing that. We also just want to have fairness and openness. And frankly, we have a bureaucracy about this country. I think they have an even bigger one in getting these things approved and the activists and politics. The fact that I have a long time friendship and I'm considered an old friend of China, I hope I can be persuasive in convincing Xi Jinping and the leaders of China, Minister Han, who's their ag minister, that this is critically important to the relations between our two countries. So I intend to do what I can. I'm going to be meeting with the Chinese ambassador to the United States during my trip here in D.C. We've got a personal relationship as well. And that's important in their culture, is to have those long-standing personal relationships. So it's friendship, it's trust, and hopefully that can help break down some of the barriers and some of the things that are preventing us from getting these traits approved and beef approved and other things that are important to Iowa's and America's agriculture.
Thank you so much.
That was a great question. We got, I guess, two more questions real fast, and then we're going to stop there. All right.
Hello, and thank you, Governor. My name's Vivian Mayer, and I come from Fresno State in California, but I originally come from San Francisco. You speak about computer science being taught in rural areas, and I was wondering your opinion about bridging the agricultural literacy gap between people living in urban areas and the difference between their knowledge of agriculture. I consider myself a representative of a lot of people who had zero experience in agriculture and knowledge, and I wanted your opinion about programs or efforts that could bridge that gap.
We need to do everything we can to try to educate people about agriculture and where their food comes from. To me, it's really scary that we have a lot of urban kids that growing up have no clue. You know, I grew up on a farm and, you know, raising pigs and sheep and cattle and chickens and all of this. And, you know, so it just comes to second nature. But it's really important, and that's why we have something called the Living History Farms in Iowa that we try to get urban kids to come and visit that. The Kimberly Farm, which Xi Jinping visited, when I was in China, they're going to build a Kimberly Farm in Hebei province so the Chinese tourists can see what American agriculture is like. I went to the old Soviet Union. I wanted to do a farm progress show down in Stavropol, which was Gorbachev's home area, and we did that. I'm just one that thinks that, be it in America or throughout the world, we've got to do a better job of educating people about food production, and there's just a lot of misinformation out there. There's a lot of fear, and we need to try to overcome that by giving people good, reliable, accurate, factual information. So education is an important part of that.
Great. Last question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Booten. I'm a senior undergraduate from the University of Maryland, College Park, and I wanted to thank you again for taking the time to be here today. And I wanted to piggyback off of Vivian's question and perhaps ask, what can undergraduate students or young adults who grew up in an urban environment do to help other young people learn about what agriculture is?
Well, visit a farm. That would be the best thing, is get out there and see it yourself. We have one of the members of our General Assembly, who's a black woman from Fort Dodge. She's put together kind of an exchange, and every year invites legislators from other parts of the country to come to Iowa and to see what agriculture is all about. And she represents the city of Fort Dodge, but Fort Dodge has all kinds of food processing. They've got Beringer Ingelheim, they've got Cargill and CJ BioAmerica, and all of the and Koch brothers and many others. And she is, even though she represents what we consider an urban area, Fort Dodge, she is very focused on trying to educate her colleagues from throughout the country, legislators, and many of them minority legislators from urban areas, to come and learn about agriculture. So that's been a great program, and we have supported it, and she's gotten a lot of support from the agriculture industry. That's one example of an outreach program that I think is working well.
Thank you.
Well, thank the governor for taking so much time to answer questions for us.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's amazing. We're staying roughly to time here. And I was so fortunate to have Governor Brandstad offer to take so many of our questions. As we were planning this, as you can imagine, it was a little bit of an uncertain process, not knowing whether we would have a Secretary of Agriculture to be our lead-off keynote speaker. But one thing we did want to make sure that we did, since we are moving into discussions of the new Farm Bill, was to ask folks from the Senate and the House Agricultural Committees to join us. Of course, as you all know, we're missing a lot of our Senate leaders who are in Kansas today, starting their own discussions about the new Farm Bill. But we did have the great honor and privilege to get the acceptance of the House Chairman from the Agricultural Committee, Chairman Conway, and Ranking Member Colin Peterson has agreed to also provide some comments on the upcoming process. And we have a video here that I'm going to key up right now. I think it's ready to go, where Ranking Member Peterson offers his comments for the next 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Rob. I'm sorry I couldn't join you today in person, but as I'm sure as others have told you, the House is in recess this week, and I'm back home in Minnesota. The House and Senate Ag Committees are beginning their work for the new Farm Bill. This last week now we had our first hearing, and we had the panel of economists, including Rob, come in and talk to us about what they think the status of the rural economy, ag economy is. As everybody knows, we've had some good years, but the last several years are trending in the wrong direction, and people are concerned. I was thinking that we would have maybe somewhat of a crisis this coming growing season with these prices coming down, but we had such a tremendous crop this last year that the increased yields and production kind of offset the low prices. And so we haven't seen as much pressure, as some of us thought there might be. But there are still some out there that are having financing problems, and we're starting to see more stress than we've seen here for some time. So this is a cause of concern, and we'd like to craft a farm bill that will be a good, strong safety net to help people weather this downturn, however long it's going to last. So there's some things that we need to keep in mind as we write this new bill. You know, there's some things that, you know, we probably can't address. There's other problems that we have created, in my opinion, by some of the things we've done with tax policy and so forth, where we kind of lead people into problems. You know, I was CPA. I remember the days when people would come into my office and ask me December what their, you know, I'd figure out their tax situation, and then they would figure out how much equipment they had to buy in order to avoid paying any income taxes. That, to some extent, contributed to the collapse that we had in the 80s. I think we've had a similar kind of situation with the 179 and bonus depreciation, have kind of, to some extent, gotten people in somewhat of a problem by people buying whole new line of equipment because they could write it off. So we have to be careful about what we're doing, not only in the Farm Bill, but in other aspects of federal policy that affect what producers do out there on the land. But the Farm Bill is the underpinning of what most people look at. You know, the safety net is not working perfectly. We've got problems with cotton in the South. We've got problems with dairy. You know, we have to address those. But if we keep a strong crop insurance system, that's one of the main things that we have to do, and I don't think anybody is, you know, going to be after that too much. We got some people that are trying to limit the amount of subsidy and so forth, but I think we'll be able to beat that back. So we got to figure out a way to help cotton, help dairy, deal with this generic base problem that was created in the last Farm Bill. And also one other thing that I personally want to see us do, and that is to get the CRP acres back up again. That will help with the prices, and it'll help conservation, water quality, wildlife, all the way across the board. And I think if we reform the CRP system, take some of the high price components out of it, I think we can expand it significantly from what we currently have. The other thing that is out there that's a concern are the people that want to split the Farm Bill. They want to have a bill that just has the farm part of things and have another bill that has the food stamps or SNAP part of things. This is something that's been pushed by some groups for a long time. They claim that they want to get rid of food stamps or reform food stamps, but make no mistake, most of the people that are pushing this, the reason they're pushing it is that they want to get rid of farm programs. They want to get rid of Title I, they want to get rid of crop insurance. They know they're not going to get rid of food stamps. So this is a very bad idea, and I am 100% opposed to that, and I think it'll make it almost impossible for us to get a bill done. So as things stands right now, you know, I think you're hearing from Chairman Conway, I guess maybe after me or maybe before. I know he's ready to get started on this. He is working with his leadership to make sure we have the adequate resources in the committee to do this. And I think he and I have both indicated that we think the Farm Bill, the money that goes in should be driven by what the needs are and not by some artificial number that's created by, you know, the Budget Committee or somebody else. But I think because of the low price situation continuing, the sooner we can get this bill accomplished and done and into place, the better everybody's going to be. So I think everybody is kind of working to moving this sooner rather than later and trying to get a Farm Bill done on time. We haven't been able to get that since, I think, 2002. So we're started. I think we're working well together, and we're optimistic that we can get to work this year, get this bill done, and get a good safety net in place for our producers going forward. So I hope this Outlook conference is successful, as it has been in other conferences, and wished I could be with you today, but I'm here in sunny Minnesota where it's always warm and sunny. So, thank you.
Well, that's great that Ranking Member Peterson was able to provide us with some comments. It would have been great to have him here, but it was really it was nice that he took some time to share his comments regarding the upcoming Farm Bill process. Of course, it's going to be we're interested to get our new leadership on board as well to engage in the process, and we're looking forward to doing that shortly. I'm going to take this time now. I think I'm going to introduce the chairman, and I believe he's waiting for us backstage. So let me just start by saying that Congressman Mike Conway is serving his 6th term right now in the U.S. House of Representatives. Congressman Conway represents 29 counties in Texas's 11th congressional district, which includes the cities of Midland, Odessa, and San Angelo. A conservative Republican, Chairman Conway believes in the principles of lower taxes, smaller government, and a secure nation. His background as a CPA as well gives him a unique perspective on the fiscal responsibility, ensuring every taxpayer dollar is being spent wisely. In the House, Chairman Conway is the chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, but he also serves on the House Armed Services Committee and the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He's a deputy Republican whip, a position he has held since the 112th Congress. A native Texan, he grew up in Odessa and graduated from Odessa Permian High School in 1966 after playing on Permian's first state championship football team. He earned a Bachelor of Business Administration in Accounting from Texas A&M in 1970. After serving in the Army at Fort Hood, he returned to the Permian Basin with Price Waterhouse and settled in Midlands, later working with George W. Bush as the chief financial officer for the Bush exploration. He developed a lasting friendship with President Bush as they learned together what it takes to run a business. Chairman Conway and his wife, Suzanne, live in Midland and have 4 children and 7 grandchildren. And let me welcome Chairman Conway.
Good morning, Rob, and thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to be with you this morning. This is a hard crowd because it's so linear. I'll just talk to you guys down front. Would that be okay? And the other thing is, I've got a really great face for radio, so those the larger-than-life things on the screen are probably not something that's going to be particularly pleasant for you this morning. But it's great to be here. I've got a couple of my teammates here. Bart Fisher is with me this morning, and Bart's the Deputy Staff Director as well as my Chief Economist on the committee. He is a veteran. He and Matt both are veterans of the 14 and the 13 and the 12 and the 11 versions of the 14 Farm Bill. So I've got a great team to work with as we move forward into this next Farm Bill activity. A lot of excitement right now on Capitol Hill, as many of you are really aware. A new, doesn't matter which party you're on, every time you have a new president, a new year, a new Congress, lots of things that are exciting and the opportunities moving forward. This is certainly no different this year. All of us are anxiously awaiting Sonny Perdue's confirmation. I've met with Sonny on a couple of times. I've talked to him on the phone extensively. He's a great guy. I have 2 people in the House of Representatives, Doug Collins and Austin Scott, who both were state senators when Sonny was governor. They say he's a guy we can work with. Can be hard-headed and opinionated, but a guy that listens and takes input. He makes his mind up. But I think he's a guy that we can work with, and I know that the folks at USDA are anxious to get Sonny in place as well, so that the agency can go back to not being distracted about what Sonny Perdue is going to be like. They'll actually have him in place and begin the process of understanding what he will be like. So I'm excited. Pat Roberts is going to, I think, get that done post-haste, but you can't get here too quickly. I'm also pleased that we've heard the President say from time to time that production agriculture, the Farm Bill, safety net, Those things are keenly important to him, and that he wants them done on time. And I couldn't agree with him more. As you heard Colin say, it's been since 16 years since we did one on time. And I'm telling folks, if you like the drama associated with expirations and short-term extensions and all that kind of good stuff, and permanent law threatening to come back into existence, you need to go find a different theater, because we don't need that drama. We won't know any more in October of 18 than we know in September of 18, and there's no reason whatsoever that we don't get it done. Yes, there are hard decisions to be done. Yes, there are compromises to be made, but I am driven to get them done. Both the SNAP program as well as the farm program, get them done on time so that producers and implement dealers and creditors and everyone else out there can see what that new 5-year plan is going to look like, right, wrong, or different. All of us do better if we know what the facts are and understand what we need to do going forward. We just start to cope with it. But the uncertainty of what will it be, what it won't be, will it get done on time, all that kind of stuff is unnecessary in the extreme, and my team and I are going to work really hard to get it done. Now, I need help on the Senate side, so any of you who have connections with those 100 folks on the Senate side, you might mention from time to time, hey, get that farm bill done, get it done on time. We'll get it done in the House to make that happen. We're also excited about opportunities to deal with trade and tax reform, the healthcare thing. I won't talk about that this morning unless somebody wants to, but lots of things on the agenda. The docket is probably pretty full going forward, so I don't anticipate being able to get at the farm bill until late fourth quarter and into 18, but there's no reason we can't get it done. The one thing that would be a little different this time than previous times, and I'll speak more of this later, and that's the SNAP program. We've done 2 years of hearings on SNAP, soup to nuts, what works, what doesn't work, where are the moral hazards associated with it, and we will propose meaningful reforms to the SNAP program. That'll be going on at the same time we're having to renegotiate Title I, conservation, rural development, trade, all those other titles in the Farm Bill. That'll all be happening at the same time. In addition, Paul Ryan, our Speaker, wants to do a full-on review of the overall welfare programs in 18 as well. And so SNAP will get caught up in that. I don't know that I'll control timing other than we're going to get this thing done on time. That's the main goal. People ask, what are you going to do for the 115th Congress? And it's all Farm Bill all the time. We're going to get this thing done and get it done on time. From a priority standpoint, my first priority is to establish that I'm the best friend and advocate production agriculture can have, period. And I'm going to be out there speaking about every single issue that we can, bringing this message to the folks to protect production agriculture. We've got a great team in place right now. The system works, crop insurance, the Title I programs, conservation, rural development, all those things that go in there. I'm going to be the best advocate. I'm also going to make sure that our committee is fully engaged on every single issue that touches farm country, whether it's in our jurisdiction or not. We're going to talk out, we're going to speak out, whether it's trade or tax reform or whatever is going on that affects the farmers and ranchers who do the best job, that do the job that they're doing. Our committee is going to be working to speak out and defend and protect and advocate on behalf of our farmers and ranchers. Again, whether it's in our jurisdiction or not, we're going to get our out there. And then, of course, the priority is the Farm Bill. The backdrop for this Farm Bill and negotiation will be dramatically different than what happened in 2014. 2014, as you remember, coming off several years of good crops, good prices, and many were asking, why do you need a safety net? Prices are never going to go that low again. You're always going to have good prices. You're always going to have good crops, so why, in fact, do you need a safety net? Nobody will ask that question in 18. We've had 3 years now of dramatic drops, 50% drop in net farm income. USDA kicked out last week an estimate that the 17 number is going to be about what it was in 16, half of what it was in 13. And so no one's going to ask why you need a safety net. It's going to be really clear. And so that will give a bit of an advantage on that as well. As I mentioned, SNAP, we did those 16 hearings. We had our 17th hearing last week on the issue of what should SNAP recipients be able to buy with their SNAP dollars. Good arguments on both sides. We had a terrific hearing, one of the best hearings that I've been able to be associated with. If you got the transcript of that hearing and you took the names off of the question and answers and those kind of things, I would challenge you to figure out who the Republican was and who the Democrat was asking that question. It was totally nonpartisan. The closest thing to a partisan comment was Jim McGovern, tongue-in-cheek, was worried about President Trump's eating habits. Not sure he's really worried about his eating habits, but the rest of the hearing went just along the lines. Here, this is an important program, this is important stuff, and good people on both sides. The panels were very balanced. We had well-qualified people, good spokesmen for the folks who say restrictions work. We had good folks there who say restrictions don't necessarily work and aren't the best way to go. We had the food marketing folks there, the grocery store folks are going to be at the pointy end of the sword on trying to make whatever it is we do work. And then we had a couple of folks there. We had a behavioral scientist that it presented an interesting triangle for food, for what people eat. And he said, you need to figure out who your target is. If you're going to do incentives, if you're going to do restrictions, think about who your target should be. And he broke all of us into three groups. The top group are the food vigilant, health vigilant folks. They just make the right decisions now. They eat the right things, they exercise, they don't eat the wrong things, they don't smoke, don't drink, all that kind of good stuff. That's not your audience. They're already doing it. And then, unfortunately, the largest group are the food, I don't give a rat's rear end group. They're just going to eat what they eat and smoke and drink and do what they're going to do, and you're not going to change their habits. So your target audience is that food predisposed to do the right thing, and that's kind of the middle group. And by that means if it's convenient, they'll do it. So one of the things that he mentioned that the convenience stores are doing, if you go to a convenience store to check out, you'll notice there'll be a basket of fruit sitting there by the checkout stand, right by the candy bars. So if folks who are predisposed to make the right decision will grab a banana instead of the candy bar, and that's the right choice for them to make. So that's the group that's your target audience. That's who we need to be going at. And has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm saying this morning, other than I thought that was pretty cool. CPAs find a lot of weird stuff cool, right? I hang with the actuaries and the economists and that kind of stuff. We've all got a collectively really rotten sense of humor, except when we're together. And so I just found that is cool. Another thing that will help, when we did the 14 Farm Bill, if you looked at the score, we supposed to have spent $23 billion less on the safety net and food stamps than we did on the previous Farm Bill. You saw from the January estimates that we didn't make it. We actually spent $100 billion less if you look at the 17 to 26 timeframe. So our system worked and it delivered. Now, yes, $92 billion of that's a drop in food stamps as a result of votes coming off, but even our income support programs at a point in time where that income is down 50%, those didn't overspend either. And so the system has worked, given what happened with crop insurance in 2008 and on, all the other things that are happening. We'll continue to remind the budgeteers and everybody else that, in effect, production agriculture gave it the office, so to speak, and we're going to fight really hard to have the resources that we need to write this next Farm Bill and include the kind of things that we need to be in there. So the question is, how do I get this done? We don't know how much money we're going to have. We're going to propose meaningful reforms to SNAP. Those reforms have absolutely nothing to do with how much we spend. Those reforms are going to be, what do we do to get this right? How do we help these folks transition this program from success being how many people are on it and how much money we spend to one that says we want to measure success by how many people get off the program, get back on their own 2 feet, start making their own decisions, making their own money. That's the measurement of success. Now, there is a group of folks that we will always help. Frail elderly, mentally retarded, physically disabled, all of those folks, they're going to be on food stamps, and we're not going to mess with them. But they are there. And some of the folks will argue that the reforms are going to hurt them, and we're not going to do that. And then Republicans typically focus on the other end, and that would be able-bodied adults under 50, no dependents, workers by most definitions. And we're going to really make sure that those folks go to work. And then the group in the middle are in that transitionary folks. They've got children, they've got other folks. We want to get them off the program the right way, where they're making more money and taking care of their own families. All of our means-tested programs, whether it's food stamps, health care, housing, child care, all of them are means-tested, have a trapping mechanism in the sense that if you make below a certain amount of money, then you stay on the program. If you make a little bit more than that, you lose those benefits. Well, most all of us, when it comes to our family, operate in our own best self-interest. So if I'm the guy that's making this decision and I get offered a promotion or more hours and it gives me a little more money that gets me above that threshold, but the resources I lose as a result of coming off the program is greater than what I get on the raise, I'm not going to take it. So I'm trapped, right? I can't get past that because most folks don't make that quantum leap that they need to make. So how do we feather people off? How do we create a glide path that allows the resources that they're getting from the taxpayer to come down as the resources they're earning on their own go up till they can get to that point where they really are fully self-sufficient? Now, that's not a SNAP-only fix. All of our programs have that, and so that will complicate what we're doing as we're moving forward. But it's important that we transition that program. I don't know what that's going to cost or what it's not going to cost. We've not focused on that at all. Let's get the policies right, then score it, see where we go from there. But so all of our proposals for reform are driven by policy rather than any kind of an arbitrary dollar number that we're trying to get under. That will make the process of getting the Farm Bill done more complicated than it has in the past. I got asked the other day by a reporter, so you're going to have the traditional folks, the farmers and ranchers and the conservation people and the rural development guys, they'll support it, and the SNAP people, they'll support it. But can you get this thing done? And it occurred to me, but the single largest advocacy group out there has yet to be engaged in this Farm Bill process, and that's all the folks who eat. Now, you can love the current farm program or you can hate the current farm program, but it delivers the most abundant and safest and affordable food and fiber supply of any developed nation in the world. Every time we go to the grocery store, every time we go to the restaurant, we get a deal. Now, we all love deals. We just don't know we're getting a deal, and we don't know why we're getting the deal. So I've got to show those folks why they are interested in a farm bill. It's in their own best financial interest to make that happen. And so getting them engaged, figuring out a way to help them understand that issue is something I'm talking about all the time. It is a daunting task because folks are used to it. They don't know any different than the prices that they paid. But here's the group that I'm going to have in the front of my mind as we look at whatever it is we do with the Farm Bill, right, wrong, or different. We spend about 9.8% of our disposable income on food. And that number just kind of rolls out there fine. The folks at the top half of the economic food chain don't care what their food costs. You can add a couple of $1,000s a year to their food bill, and they're not going to notice it. But the folks in the bottom half, particularly the folks at the bottom 20% of the economic food chain, do care. Now, not all of those are on SNAP. There are a lot of folks that are in that bracket that aren't on SNAP. But I'm thinking about that single mom or that mom who uses her food budget to flex. Her rent doesn't change, her car payment doesn't change. If something unexpected comes up in the middle of the month, it comes out of her food budget. And that has to adjust it. Why on earth would I do anything to arbitrarily and capriciously add to her problems, to increase the cost of food? So, as we look at changes to the Farm Bill, whatever they might or might not be, I'm going to be thinking about that mom that's struggling paycheck to paycheck, and there's lots of them out there, and the dads as well, that I don't want to make their job of keeping their hearth and home together and their kids fed and doing all the things that they're trying to get done by raising the cost of food. And again, the top half, the ones who buy an organic, the folks who are really concerned about GMOs, all those folks out there, they don't care what the cost of food is. I do. I care a lot about those folks, and that's the group that I'll be thinking about as people come to us and talk to us about what they want to do in this next Farm Bill. We're ready to go. We did 84 hearings last 2 years, 16 of those were on SNAP. I want to have the committee positioned to be ready to write that next Farm Bill as soon as I can get a window as to when I might have floor time, because the mechanics of our world is you write the Farm Bill, it stays out there for a week or two, then you go to the floor and get it done. I don't want to write the Farm Bill, have it stay out there 3 or 4 months, and then go to the floor. That's, like I said earlier, we're operating in our own best interest. It's not in my best self-interest to do that. So when I get a window from the speaker, from the leader on floor time, then we'll trigger it. So I want to be ready. We'll start next week. Frank Lucas will start with the first subcommittee hearing on conservation and forestry. All the subcommittees will do 2 hearings each in March and April on their particular areas of responsibility under the Farm Bill, taking a look at that. We will also start listening sessions. I'm not going to do field hearings as those were traditionally done. They're CISA to Mills Productions, and they spend too much money because you got to drag cameras and all kinds of stuff. We're going to do listening sessions. We'll take a stenographer with us, so it'll be transcribed, be a part of the permanent record. But I want to hear not only from the producer groups as we move around the country, but I want to hear from individual farmers who are coping with whatever's going on in their lives, however the Farm Bill is helping them or not helping them, whatever crop insurance is doing or not doing. And of course, we want to hear from the SNAP people as well as we move them around. Went before the House Admin Committee a couple weeks ago to pitched the need for new resources for the committee itself to be able to hold those. I think I'll get those resources. I'll know that early next month, and then we'll be able to start plotting those into the scheme of where we're going to have those listening sessions. And so we'll get those done as well. We'll have the full committee engaged across this spectrum to make it happen, and we're going to be ready to make it to get ready to go when the leader says it's time. Given what's on our plate, it's not going to be into the fourth quarter, into next year, as I said earlier, to make that happen. We're going to entertain new proposals for the Farm Bill. We're always looking for new ideas, better ideas that might be appropriate. But here's the caveat. If you bring me a new idea, you got to come with not only the new idea, what the impact's going to be, and oh, by the way, what's it going to cost, and where are you going to get the money from? Because that's mostly a closed loop. If I got to give your new idea money, then I'm going to have to take it away from somebody else. And that ought to be a part of your responsibility. If your new idea is better than all the other ideas, then show me the idea that's not as good as yours that you want to take the money from. And so we're going to be open to that, but you're going to have to be responsible in terms of helping us understand those kind of things as well. As Colin said, we have at least 3 areas that have to get fixed. The cotton program, as a result of the 14 Farm Bill, was pushed out of the Title I. We've got to get cotton back into Title I so that they have not only crop insurance, but they also have the protections associated with Title I. I believe there's a path forward to make that happen, but we need to get it to happen. The dairy program didn't work as well as we wanted to. We'll have to do some fine-tuning on that one. Then the acre program as well had some weird things happen as a result of the way yields came together. I think all of those we can, particularly dairy and crop and ARC, are more fine-tuning. I don't anticipate, other than the cotton, any big new programs like you saw in 14, where we dumped direct payments and went to PLC and ARC and the new milk program. I don't think that's going to happen this time. It'll be more the idea of fine-tuning those to get that done. And then those 3 we're going to have to fix, as well as other things going on. I get a lot of comments about trade. Obviously, trade is vitally important to all of production agriculture. You guys know the statistics better than I do. About 75 to 80% of the cotton crop is going to be exported. Somewhere on that order for wheat will be exported. Corn exports are going to be anything. And so the big yields we had this year, the big crops, it's going to be important that we maintain our trading relationships and make them better. I was in a conversation with one of President Trump's top economic guys, and I said, all right, trade. I represent production agriculture on the House of Representatives side, and my guys tell us you either sell it or you smell it, and we want to sell it. Ask where are we? Because you abandoned TPP, and what's next? When are you going to start those bilateral negotiations? All the kind of questions that you all have, I've got. He didn't have any answers there yet, but what he did say was particularly heartening in the sense that they discovered that trade deficits have 2 pieces. Imports, of course, but exports are a big deal. And so I was heartened to find out that they really do understand that we really need to keep exporting. Shrinking exports would make the trade deficits worse and all just the mechanics associated with that. So that was encouraging to me. I don't have any specifics for you other than to say TPP, except for the rice guys and the backup, was in the main was supported by all of production agriculture. They said it was a good deal. So if that was a good deal and we start renegotiating the bilaterals that President Trump wants to do, and he's going to get us better deals than that, then we'll have a yardstick to be able to measure better because we've got TPP was out there under the proposal. We'll be able to make that forward. Tax reform will also take a lot of time this year. What I would ask you to do right now is, until we get the specific language and all of the language, to keep your powder dry. You can cherry pick pieces of the current program and criticize those and beat those up, but until you're able to have a projection run of what your new system, what your new tax would look like under the package, you really don't have a fair comparison to where we are right now. I was in Arizona recently and meeting with the Food Marketing Group and the GMA Group, and they're deeply concerned about this border adjusted tax that's going on. And there's some legitimate questions to have conversations about. But you can't talk about that and what it will do outside the impact of the rest of the tax program. So speaking on behalf of Kevin Brady, my Texan friend from the Woodlands who runs Ways and Means Committee, look at the whole package before you criticize it. But there's some, particularly in agriculture, we don't grow bananas in the United States commercially. cocoa, coffee, other kind of things that we import. And that tax is supposed to try to help level the playing field with stuff made in the United States so it's competitive. So stay tuned as that one moves forward. But again, keep your powder dry on that issue. I also think that we're going to see some regulatory relief. I actually met with some cotton farmers yesterday in Ballinger, Texas, and they were saying that EPA has begun to move things forward. There's a particular herbicide they need in order to control pigweed that's been the bane of their existence the last couple of years, and EPA's finally kicked that out, approved that label. They sense that there's a change in tone from the regulatory agencies, as you've seen. Am I talking too fast?
No, sir.
All right. That's the first time I've ever had that happen, so sorry about that. But that the regulatory relief is coming forward, the uncertainty of Waters of the U.S. program. A quick anecdote on that, and then I've got some closing comments, and I'll go to any questions that you might have. Farmer in California, and some of you may be familiar with this case, saw a property that previously had been a wheat field that had lain fallow for a number of years. So he buys the property, shallow plows it, plants wheat, and is going to have a wheat crop. Well, this field has some vernal pools on it that don't have water coming in and out of it, it just rains and it collects on it. Same kind of stuff. Somebody at the EPA or Corps saw the change in use of that property and wound up suing this farmer because under their concept, and this concept through the discovery, the concept was approved to fight this farmer over all the way to Washington. The top at EPA and the top at the Corps decided that because he plowed, his plowing created 6-inch mini, M-I-N-I, mountains. And that those mountains then would erode pollutants, dirt, into those vernal pools. And because the way that law works, the lawsuit, what they're asking for is a percentage of his net worth. Stunning array. All right, so that's under the old Clean Water Act. That can't make any sense whatsoever. You can't have a regulatory scheme that does that on a normal, average, regular farming practices. And so that case is still in the courts. I don't think it'll survive. But that's the kind of thing that puts a chill on everybody when you have a government that decides that a 6-inch plowing, and as you all have heard, the Waters rules, all traditional farming practices were quote-unquote grandfathered. I'd put plowing in the traditional farming practices in most cases. So regulatory relief that they believe that's on the case. So I'm reading a book right now that's got a pretty evocative, thought-provoking title. And this has nothing to do with agriculture, but hang with me for a second. It relates back to Benjamin Franklin finishing up writing the Constitution of the United States. That Constitution was written, as you know, Philadelphia, 1787, behind closed doors, no public input, no Twitter feeds, nothing. They just got her done in closed doors. He emerges from that meeting, and a woman named Mrs. Powell asked him, said, "Doctor, what have you given us, a monarchy or a republic?" And he said, "Madam, a republic if you can keep it." Think about that. 230 years later, somebody has kept the republic on our behalf. Well, guess what? It's our turn to be the keepers of the republic. And John Adams wrote that only a religious and moral people can self-govern, that our form of government, that form of government is unsuitable for anybody else. Well, as I look at our country, I'm hard-pressed to believe that we're on that moral religious path that will allow us to maintain the moral high ground to self-govern. We all sing God Bless America, and we mean it, and we evoke it in our prayers and whatever. I want to challenge you to never hear that song sung again, that you don't ask yourself two questions. First question is, what am I asking God to bless? As a CPA, Lord, what's the inventory of blessable things going on in this country? Can God bless the killing of 57 million babies in 43 years? Can he bless the coursing of our society, the language we use, the stuff that comes out of Hollywood that we think is entertainment, the way we deify in many instances the folks who put that on? I was here the day after the inauguration and saw the Women's March, and on balance, it was terrific. But there was a taint to that march that just cut me to the core. Women carrying signs and wearing costumes in the foulest, nastiest, crudest, crassest manner possible, speaking about female body parts. And the trigger for that, obviously, was Mr. Trump's exchange with Billy Bush, which should never have happened. It was never excused in a private conversation. But now it's perfectly all right to carry signs as badges of honor across this nation's capital. And there are lots of other things going on. But so I think about, what are we asking God to bless? But the more important question, though, is how do we reclaim the moral high ground? How do we sustain this? How do we be the keepers? How do we sustain this self-governance scheme going forward? Well, we've got to be that moral religious people. You got to live a moral code. I live the Judeo-Christian model. Jesus Christ is my personal Savior, and I try to live His tenets every single day, and some days I'm better at it than others. But you've got a code that you have to live as well. You and your family, your neighborhood, community, state, all of us have those concentric rings of influence where every day, starting today, we have to be about the hard task of standing up for the moral foundation of this country, the foundational truths that built this country and sustained her for 240 years now. That's going to be our job to make it happen. It used to be a pretty easy job to do. I live in Texas. It's the buckle of the Bible Belt, and I don't get a lot of pushback back home. But there are growing pushes against the idea that only a moral people can self-govern. And I don't believe our founding fathers got it wrong. I believe they got it correct. So what I'm asking God to bless, and what's my responsibility to make it happen? It's clearly important for future Americans that we sustain our self-governance method and reclaim that moral high ground. But let me pause it and finish by saying how important it is to the rest of the world. Think about the history of this world the last 100 years. I would argue and posit that there's never been a country do as much good for the rest of the world and ask so little in return as the United States of America, period. It's unprecedented what we as a nation have done. These people, these resources, these blessings, I personally believe that was God's divine mission for us. Looking to the next 100 years, who's going to defend liberty and freedom if we don't? Russia, China, radical Islam? So, if God's going to use us in that role for the next 100 years, we have to be a blessed people, and He won't if we're not. And so not only will America suffer, but the rest of the world will suffer as well. It's been great being with you this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to preach at you a little bit. God bless each one of you. God bless Texas. God bless the United States of America. Be happy to answer some questions.
All right.
And by the way, Rob and his team did a great job last week. 5 economists, one-handed each. I knew you'd get that. I knew you'd get it. And they were all on the same sheet of paper. It was pretty stunning to get 5 of them in the same room, and they all said, times are hard in the production agriculture world. Thank you, Rob.
Well, that's right. We did have a good hearing last week. I really appreciate the opportunity to come up, and I was a little worried given the, last year we had a similar opportunity to come up and talk with folks in House Agriculture. We had a similar panel at the time, and I was trying to compare and contrast the 2 periods. So have things gotten better or had things gotten worse from last year to this year? And at the time, if you recall, when we were talking last year, we said a lot of the similar things. We'll watch these delinquency rates and see if they'll keep trending upwards. We'll watch debt-to-asset ratios. We'll see what happens with commodity prices. And by and large, most of those trends continued going in sort of concerning directions, if you will. But yet, at the hearing we had last week, I think there was a little bit more moderation from the economists that were gathered. Hopefully, we weren't being Pollyannish at all, but we did note that things had gotten tighter, but that there was still a lot of strength out there, a lot of resilience in the agriculture system, some bright spots, as well as some troubling areas that you'd mentioned with respect to dairy and cotton, for example, and some of the livestock operations are certainly facing tougher times right now. But, and we appreciate you taking the time to come and speak and also to take some questions. I certainly have lots of questions of my own, but we can follow up with those later. We've got some folks lined up at the mics. Why don't we start on the far right there, ma'am?
Thank you. Congressman Conway, I'm Kelly Dawson from Farm Service Agency. I manage the cotton loan program. And I just have one request when developing the Farm Bill. This is going to be my 7th one after 30 years with the agency. But keep in mind that as we're ready, we do our very best to roll these programs out as soon as the bill is enacted. But we are limited in terms of our automation capabilities at times. So I would hope that the committee keeps that in mind, that it's critical that we have those resources in place so that we can continue to make these farm bills successful. Thank you.
Well, thank you. The real unsung heroes of every Farm Bill rollout are the folks at the FSA that get it done, and along with the crop insurance agents. But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that great address. My name is Tim Burak. I'm a farmer from Iowa. You talked a lot about food, and as you continue to address it in this next Farm Bill, I have a concern that we seem to be separating science from our food. And there's a divergence there going on that I think somehow I hope you can address, and I'm going to use this as an example. On my flight out yesterday, I sat with a great lady, said she paid $5 for her eggs. They were cage-free, free range, and the chickens had toys to play with, and that was important to her. So I think we've got a divergence there, and I hope you can somehow bring science and food back together so our, I don't know if it's credibility or reasoning, maybe it's too much affluence, but we've got an issue.
Well, I appreciate those comments, and the great thing about America's market system is it can accommodate, I think, both ends of the spectrum. The folks who want to buy organic and want a cage-free egg to let them do that. Bless them if they've got the resources to do that. But as they do that, as I mentioned earlier, I want to be keenly aware whatever it is we're doing impacts on that. I'm also having the thought that, and you've heard these statistics as well, 9 billion people, an increase of 3 billion people over the next 35 years, we couldn't feed them today. And we're not going to feed them organically. We're not going to feed them backyard gardens. We're going to feed them with production agriculture at scope, using the best science that we can to limit inputs, to limit water use, all the good things that you get through that science, and we cannot not do that. So appreciate your question. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is James Martin. I'm a junior undergraduate student at North Carolina Agriculture and Technical State University. I'm also a part of the Student Diversity Program, and first I would like to say myself and all the other students here are excited to listen and be a part of this program. My question is, in recognition to the limited resources for the upcoming Farm Bill, how do you hope to be reactive to current and pressing issues such as cotton and dairy, while being proactive for issues such as the aging face of ag's labor or the need for the implementation of technology?
Yeah. I don't know that I said it was going to be easy. I can't answer. The single best question is what you just asked. How are we going to do all this stuff? Step one is to figure out what the resources are going to be. I guess Colin said in his video, working with the Budget Committee to try to fight for a slice of the resources that we need. Clearly cognizant of the fact we've got $19 trillion in debt. I've got 7 grandchildren that we're going to hand it off to, it looks like. But the limited resources that are applied to there, we want to get the right thing to the right amount. And so that's the first step, is to see what those resources will be. And once we know that, then we'll be able to start making those hard questions and choices between it. I'm hopeful that, as in the past, the various producer groups seeing these problems will work among themselves to try to come to a collective agreement among themselves, so that Colin and I, who really work well together, don't wind up being the referee. I'm a terrible referee. And so hopefully the producer groups, as we see those struggles, will help us ferret that out. Good question, though.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairman Conway. Margaret Ziegler, Global Harvest Initiative. Just wanted to draw the attention back to perhaps one of the unsung heroes of the U.S. ag system is the global public good that our public ag R&D investments have made over the last 50 years. And just a concern that probably the last 15 years that rate of investment in public ag R&D has begun to decline. And to raise that issue up here with you today, and to continue that conversation. And also to note that the Chinese are investing more and more every year in ag R&D. And so just maybe some of your thoughts on how we can reverse that decline rate and keep that pipeline of innovation in there for ag, because it's a global public good, not just for the U.S.
Sure.
Thank you.
Again, resources are resources. There'd be great competition, particularly if we get less, and I'm going to argue that we shouldn't, because given the performance of the 14th Farm Bill, getting what we had would be, you seem to be able to argue in favor of that. But wisdom of Solomon, to understand how to make those hard choices. I understand the value and I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I also, you've got, do you fix the future or do you hang on for today? And that's the real question that you're asking. And where do you catch that balance between the two to move that forward? Clearly, investments have to have them. Ties in with the gentleman's question on science. That's where that's going to be able to feed the future of the world is going to be through science. You don't get to science just by accident. You've got to have that research. So I'm sympathetic to it. I can't give you any hard answers one way or the other because I don't know, again, how much money we're going to have overall to deal with.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Representative Conway. I want to thank you for your comments and thank you for your calling us to be a more moral country. And I think it's very important when you do that to start with your own sins and then reach out to the sins of the people you want to call out. So my wife, my daughter, my aunt, my mother-in-law, we're all out there on January 20th in DC. And before you start accusing them of coarsening our conversation, I'd appreciate your spending maybe an hour having a conversation with them in which you start by confessing your role in the problems that our country has.
I'm sorry,
then
say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, in which you start that conversation by confessing your role in the problems that we all have. And don't start the conversation, maybe, by calling out the people you're talking to about their role in the problems we all are responsible for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
First off, I'm a sinner saved by grace. No better than anybody else. I sin every single day. I do things that offend God every single day. I try not to let that happen. Were all of the women carrying those signs? Heavens no. But there were enough of them carrying those signs that trying to explain those phrases to a 7-year-old, 8-year-old who was also in that march seemed to be a little difficult at the time. So I'd love to have the conversation. I'm not sure what I said that offended you, but I'm a sinner saved by grace just like you. I don't know about you, but I'm a sinner and I'm saved by grace. But you absolutely have those conversations because it's important that we reclaim the moral high ground, that we retain that moral authority to be able to self-govern. Otherwise, we'll go to a different scheme. It's our choice. If the country's headed that direction and we can't stem the tide, majority rules, and that's how it works. And we'll go to some benevolent dictatorship or something over the next several decades. But trust me, I do not want to have the history of this country written 200 years from now to say that long, slow, miserable decline into oblivion that was the Americans' great experience in freedom began in the early part of the 21st century. And so I'll be happy to have those conversations.
All right, let's bring it back to the forum topics right now, if we could.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Laura Batcha from the Organic Trade Association, and I'll bring it back to the forum topics for us. I want to go, first thank you for your commitment to production agriculture, affordable food, and especially getting the Farm Bill done on time. I think that's something that we can all come to the table and agree on and work together. I was struck by the conclusions from the chief economist this morning that talked about, what we know is a challenge in farm income and some of the other challenges. At the same time, the conclusions also noted that value-added agriculture is going to continue to play an important role in terms of growth and profits and opportunities and choice for farmers and food makers and consumers globally. So I would like to encourage you to be thinking about organic production systems not as something that is insensitive to food prices, something that's part of production agriculture. 85% of our volume goes into wholesale markets. We create jobs, high on-farm incomes, and provide real value to the economy, and I think it's a bright spot, and I think if we all work together, we can see it as a win-win rather than a give-take in terms of what we can all do to support food and agriculture and the economy.
Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, Congressman. Can you hear me? My name is Jeremy Jolly.
undergraduate student at South Carolina State University. Just a quick question. As far as the food stamp reform is concerned, the issue, what negative aspects, if any, do you see arising if the decision is made to restrict a certain portion of recipients' monthly food stamp budget to healthier options, maybe say 10 or 20% of their overall budget has to be used for produce or something like that? And if you don't see any negative aspects, do you see this as a viable option in the future?
Well, my bias on that is that the more decisions you make on people's behalf, the more dependent they become on government. But these are taxpayer dollars. The House is going to work its will. I'll not put my thumb on the scale one way or the other in terms of whether or not restrictions work or incentives work. My personal opinion is that incentives are the better path forward. But I've got some folks on the committee on both sides that feel strongly about narrowing it down to just nutritious food, that sweet and soft drinks are not the key, are not it. Part of that issue will be the implementation of it. How do you define a sweet and soft drink or sweetened drink, whatever it is, to begin that process? But the House is going to work its will. We'll have this debate going on. Last week was just the start of the conversation. I hope it drives a bigger conversation among more folks that we can see which direction to go. But I do believe incentives work. The small pilots that have been out there have shown that when people buy fruits and to go to markets, they buy fruits and vegetables, they get money added back to their EBT card, that they in fact buy more fruits and vegetables. So the incentives are working. Again, where's your target audience and who do you think you can really move by what it is you're doing? So all of that will come into play, and it'll be a fair conversation. And I couldn't predict to you right now which way it's going to go, but it is going to have everyone who's got an opinion on that will be able to weigh in on that circumstance. And I'm not going to put my thumb on the scale.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. I really appreciate you coming here today. Let me ask a question. My name is Alex. I'm from Florida, but I flew in yesterday from the Arizona Cattlemen on the red eye, and I'm very optimistic to hear that you're going to get this farm bill passed. At least you're going to do everything you can. I guess I have two questions. The first question is, I haven't heard a lot of Trump's position on the farm bill yet, and I was curious if you had discussions with the administration and their position on passing a farm bill and how optimistic they are. And then my second question is I help develop risk management solutions for producers and the agriculture community. And how do you guys figure out what is a great program, a viable program, and a successful program? And how do you say this is something we need to expand on, or this isn't meeting our goals and what we intended the program to be developed to do?
So to your first point, they're just public comments that I've gleaned from his statements, other places, that he wants a strong farm bill. Production agriculture deserves it, needs it, and to get it done on time. So no direct conversation with the president himself in that regard. Talking to some of his advisors, Sam Clovis is in the group. They want to get it done on time as well. The beauty of doing the farm bill every 5 years is we get to figure out what's working and not working, and by having to redo it, we jettison the stuff that doesn't work. The acre program coming out of the 08 farm bill didn't work, so we jettison that. The stacks program coming out of the 14 farm bill didn't work for cotton. We'll jettison that. Milk or dairy, the acre program needs to be fine-tuned. So it's just I hate to call it trial and error, because you do as much as you can ahead of time to figure out what the unintended consequences are. But it's amazing. You do all that work ahead of time. You get the great economists to try to project what this program will do under various scenarios of economic modeling, and then the real world steps in and treats it differently. So that's the beauty of doing it every 5 years, and we get to look at these programs. The various crop insurance programs, that's more of a business model there, the ones that work and don't work. So that's how you do it. We do this thing every 5 years. We take a good hard look at it. We'll look at them. We've been looking at them already, but over the next several months we'll look at them again just to see where we need to plug that in. But it's every 5 year rework.
Can I ask how do you guys determine what's successful? Like, is there a cost that you associate of what's too much money? Do you look at it as is there certain prices that are not being achieved? Like, how do you kind of come to?
I guess the bottom line would be how many farmers we keep farming. The debt to equity ratios that we're talking about. I guess the gold standard for disasters was the mid-'80s when so many farmers went out of business because they over-leveraged. One of the things that's helped them through this one is low interest rates. Headline in today's Wall Street Journal, if you saw it, see the Fed's going to aggressively increase interest rates. That's going the wrong way for our folks. So keeping people in business, keeping them on the farm, and maintaining that most affordable food price in any developed country is the ultimate success for where you get to. The individual pieces, like on acre, we've got circumstances of county payments where on one county, if you owned a farm there, you got a payment. On another county, almost the exact same circumstance, you did not. Well, that's not working. If the farmers don't think that makes sense, how do you fix that? So we'll go in there and try to fine tune that. So you got anecdotal stuff where a program doesn't work. If you look at the old balance at the 2017 to 2026 10-year model projection that CBO did, our income support programs come in just under the mark. And that might be one measure of saying that they work. In the face of, as I mentioned earlier, a 50% drop in net farm income, the worst 4-year drop since the Depression. So if your income support programs haven't been blown out of the water with that program, and you haven't lost a lot of farmers in the circumstances, combination of their hard work, equity they've been putting into it. Rob mentioned the things are not quite so bad, but I worry about young entry-level farmers, folks who don't have the kind of background resources that can keep equity poured in to keep them alive till they get that next big crop. I was talking to one of the farmers. He had two bales an acre on his dryland farm. It's been a handful of years where we got 1 bale an acre. Well, a business scheme that says I'm going to have record crops every year moving forward, probably not sustainable in most projections. So it's keeping them in business.
Thank you. Great. 2 more questions here.
Hi, my name is Luke McCauley. Thank you so much for your comments. Really appreciate you coming and sharing.
Yes,
I'm a fellow with the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and I'm placed at the USDA Foreign Agricultural Service this year. I was curious your take on policies that might conflict with each other. For example, you noted the goal of maintaining affordable food prices for people in poverty or in lower income situations, compared to policies like the renewable fuel standard that might increase food and commodity prices.
Well, that's the one big one that everybody talks about. Colin and I and some others are working on the idea that the renewable fuel standards, ethanol, those standards are unachievable. We'll not get to 36 billion gallons of ethanol because we're not going to drive that much. And so we're going to have to make some adjustments there. This is a program where we've used federal programs, incentives to get people to invest in ethanol refineries and all of that stuff that's going on. Again, wisdom of Solomon, I think what we should do is keep the standard where it is at current usage, and then let the free market decide whether more ethanol is needed or more investment in refineries is needed, and you get past that. Because cellulosic ethanol is not going to come on stream. So let the market work there. Protect the investments legitimately made in good faith by folks in these ethanol plants based on a program they thought was going to be there forever. Protect that, allow them to harvest that investment, but don't make it any worse by adding on top of it. So some version of that is what we're having conversations with on the renewable fuel standard. It's not in our jurisdiction over in Energy and Commerce, but like I said earlier, we're going to speak out on the issues that touch our guys, even though it's not our jurisdiction. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Deja Perkins, and I am a student at Tuskegee University. During your speech, you mentioned that you are the politician that is concerned about the cost of food for low-income families. And I just wanted to say that a lot of times we forget that we place the blame on people versus the company. And so with the knowledge that, my question to you is, with the knowledge that the cheapest foods are the most heavily processed and high in sodium and sugar content, how do you plan to tackle this healthy eating initiative or making healthy foods more available to low-income families when the problem is how companies market their products and their target audiences and product placements in addition to what's actually in those products?
Yeah. The study that USDA did on food purchases showed that folks not on SNAP, their purchases were generally aligned with folks who do have SNAP benefits and skewed the way that you're talking about. And so we need to go after that group that's in the middle, the predisposed to make the right decisions and try to help them through education and other kinds of things that we do have out there. Our Extension Service across this country does a good job of trying to work with the folks who want to be worked with. None of us have a good program that gets at that layer of folks who really don't care and aren't interested in eating healthy to move that forward. But it's a daunting task, and it's one we ought to be about all the time. But again, that whole conversation about whether or not we allow SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, to buy the kinds of foods that you're talking about, that first tranche would have been sweetened drinks. That would be the conversation. When you get into candy bars, as an example, Minnesota did an experiment, no candy bars, unless they had wheat in them. A Kit Kat has wheat in it. A Hershey bar doesn't. And so is a Kit Kat bar that much healthier? Probably not. But so as the devil's in the details on much of what we're trying to get to, but having people make their own decisions, make them correctly, is a far better program than some sort of government mandate.
Well, great. Sorry, we have one more question here, and then I think we have time for one more question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Calvin Trice. I'm a 36-year employee with the USDA as an economist, and I'm born and raised on food stamps and welfare. And I understand the needs of those that have the weakest voice in this country for is the need for food and assistance. I enjoyed your perspective as you look at those three different categories of folks who are interested in having nutritious food. My concern is looking at those situations where there are food deserts. I know NRCS is doing a lot as it relates to urban gardening and things like that to improve those areas where we have food deserts. So as you look at this new, if there are restrictions versus incentives, just consider there are food deserts out there that would preclude them from being able to buy those nutritious foods in many situations.
Yeah. Well, not to trivialize that, because that is a very serious point, but our former president now lives in a food desert in Colorado. The problem we've got with food stamps, housing, all these other kinds of stuff, those aren't the root causes of what's bugging a family. There's something else going on, and we don't spend enough time talking about whether it's a drug addiction problem or a lack of training, lack of education, whatever it is. People are on food stamps for some reason other than the fact that they're on food stamps, and that's where we need to spend more time. Now, again, that's not under our jurisdiction, but the real successes will be to help families deal with whatever it is they need to deal with that gets them further up the economic ladder, earn success, gets them to the point where they're making money and making their own decisions, right, wrong, or different, making their own decisions and going forward. So I appreciate your perspective on that, but we're going to we've got to have food stamps in that interim while people are getting off of them, and we're going to try to cut that right balance.
What I can tell you is I have 12 sisters and brothers. My mother and father were divorced after 20 years, leaving 10 kids at home. But yet, none of us are on welfare and food stamps right now. 11 of the 12 got college degrees. And so, indeed, when you look at the safety net programs, they're truly needed. And I can tell you that our family has probably paid back 100 or 1,000 times more the benefits than what we got during those years. So yeah. I appreciate your support for those programs.
And I think the market's going to help us as well. I mean, as delivery systems and delivery schemes get better and more targeted, I think that will fold into helping as well. Whether it's Amazon can deliver things ways that we don't know, that we don't even think about today at a price that folks can afford. Because at the end of the day, they have to have the resources to do whatever it is where they're buying it, where they have to go someplace to get it or it's actually brought to them. It still needs to be at a price that they can afford.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for taking so much time out of your schedule and flying back to join us today, as well as taking such a large amount of time to answer questions. We really appreciate it. Thanks again for coming.
Rob, thank you. I'm on your payroll. So when people talk, I'm gracious about my time. I'm on your payroll, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good to be with you. God bless you.
Because Chairman Conway was so generous with his time and the questions and answers, please return here, take a 15-minute break, and return here at 10:50 for the industry plenary panel. Please take 15 minutes. Thank you. May I have your attention, please? We are prepared to start the industry plenary panel, and I would like to introduce our moderator. Just to introduce myself quickly, I'm Warren Preston, Deputy Chief Economist at USDA. And I would like to kick off this panel by introducing our moderator, Sarah Wyatt. Sarah Wyatt is President of AgriPulse Communications. And if any of you have any interest in food, agriculture, or agricultural policy, I am sure you're very familiar with her work and with that publication. She's a native of Iowa and has won many awards in agricultural journalism and is well known throughout the agricultural community. And we're honored to have her introduce and moderate this excellent industry panel that we have coming up for you to fill out the rest of this morning. And without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Sarah Wyatt.
Well, thanks, Warren, and thanks to all of you for being here at the Outlook Conference. It's really a pleasure for me to be back here and to see so many old friends and acquaintances in the audience. I think USDA has done another outstanding job of putting together a program this year focused on a new horizon, the future of agriculture. And this morning, we're going to have perspectives from 3 different aspects of the farm to food chain. Each one is going to talk to you for about 20 minutes, and then we're going to have a little panel discussion here between all 4 of us, as well as take your questions. So as they're presenting, I hope that you're writing down any questions that you might want to ask them a little bit later. You really are honored to be here today, and I have to say that one of the reasons I'm able to do this is because I have an excellent team here with me. So if you're following Twitter at AgriPulse and you see Spencer Chase or Dan Enoch and Steve Davies, Bill Thompson, Phil Brasher, give them a high five because they're out there doing all this work while we're also multitasking up here. So it's my pleasure today to start with our first panelist, Rajiv Shah. He's been CEO of the National American Wholesale Banking business at Rabobank International since 2014. He leads the bank's wholesale banking activities in the US, Canada, and Mexico. He brings a decade of investment banking experience, including roles at Deutsche Bank, United Technologies, and Nestle. He has an MBA from Harvard, a master and Bachelor of Technology degrees from Indian Institute of Technology. So we're going to start out with Rajiv giving opening comments. Please welcome Rajiv Singh to the stage.
Thanks, Sarah. And let me just figure out how to get the slides up on the screen. All right, they're on. So thanks again, Sarah, and it's a pleasure to be in front of this audience. A lot of you are partners and clients of Rabobank. So thank you, USDA. It's an honor to be on this panel. And as I was looking at the other panel members, and when the list became final, I saw that Luke Chandler was in the panel, and Luke has worked for Rabobank, and so it's good to be here with Luke. And then Beth Ford with Land O'Lakes, being a long-standing client of Rabobank. It's a pleasure and honor, and I'm looking forward to the conversation we'll have here today. And usually in forums like this, the first thing I start off with is to give an introduction to Rabobank. And that's because, one of the phrases I use is Rabobank is the largest bank no one has ever heard of. But I think in this audience and with the panel that I have, I don't think I have to do that. Suffice it to say that Rabobank started off as a farmers cooperative about over a century ago in the Netherlands and continues to be a private cooperative today. So we have our roots in agriculture, and we continue to devote all our energy to agriculture globally. So the topic, as Sarah mentioned, the topic for today is New Horizons, the future of agriculture. And it's very relevant for me personally, because when I took over the role that Sarah described, my most recent role as to head our business in North America, about 2.5 years ago or so, one of the challenges that I faced was how to attract the best and the brightest talent, young talent, to Rabobank. And it was a real challenge because, one, we are part of a financial services industry that has been discredited after the financial crisis. And secondly, we focus on an industry, which is food and agriculture, that's not considered sexy. So what we did, and I'll just share a story, what we did was we started to have some discussions with people who had joined the bank recently out of school. So we had a group of graduate trainees. We put them together in a room and said, okay, what do you suggest, since you're so close to that generation, what do you suggest we should be doing to attract more people to ag-related services? And one of the things that we shared with them was some of the collateral and material that we had on Rabobank, and similar to what you see on the screen today here, which is to talk to them about our impressive credentials. We are a global institution, over $1 trillion in assets, 40 countries. We have great research. We have all the kinds of things that that we talk to our clients about. And within 10 minutes, that group, all of them said, no, this doesn't work. This doesn't resonate with our generation. What you have to do is to talk about things that touch students, touch the public more generally. So they came up with a slogan saying that agriculture is food, fiber, feed, and then they added two more, fuel and pharma. And so that's, I think that's a good way of looking at, okay, what is ag, and in terms of when we talk about future of ag, who is it that it touches? And if you look at the ultimate consumer, that's what it is. It is food, fiber, feed, fuel, and pharma. And I'm sure you're not surprised that this was a group of millennials, because they thought pharma also started with an F, and that's why it all made sense to them. But anyway, I'll come back to that. I'll come back to the consumer view of things. But as a banker, what Sarah asked me to do was to share a little bit of our financial outlook on the sector first. So, and I'll describe my presentation as the good, the bad, and maybe the better. So I'll go through some of our financial analysis on the sector. I'll talk a little bit about some of the trends that I think we are going to be more relevant for us in the future, and then we can talk about how ag can respond. So one of the things that we've seen, the good part, is if you look at the macro trends in the sector, and they're primarily driven by the UN report on population. They are driven by an expanding population, urbanization, middle class having expendable income, and that overall, on a macro basis, provides a bull case for agriculture. And I think that continues to be true. But what we have seen in the last couple of years in particular, is the bear case for agriculture, which is that the industry is suffering from its own success in a way, and especially in the US, where we've had so much success, increase in productivity, that it has led to a series of, in fact, an extended period of low commodity prices that has impacted farm incomes, and then along with that, everything in the ag value chain has declined. And if you want to look at how that cycle works, and maybe what that can lead to in terms of predictions for the future. So we are today 2016. 2015 was a remarkably bad year for agriculture. That was the year where the farm incomes went down most substantially. 2016, we are seeing, farmers took some action in 14, 15, and 16, basically reducing equipment purchases, cutting back on fertilizer applications, switching to cheaper seed, and so on. And now they are looking to renegotiate rents, and that has stabilized the declines a bit. And I think our prediction is, and we heard this morning from USDA as well, for 2017, in addition to all of those things, with some more planting discipline, the cycle will turn. So that continues to be the good. But I think what we are predicting, what our models are predicting, is that even though the crop receipts declined in 2016 seem to be stabilizing, we are in our model over the next 5 years, we are not going to see a lot. That cycle is not going to turn in a strong way. Our models predict, if we take corn as a proxy for ag markets, we still predict corn at below $4 throughout the course of the next 5 years. And even in the best case, it's slightly over 4, and in worst cases, it's in the $3.20 range. So that's not a very encouraging sign in terms of people, if they're hoping for the days to return to the way 2011, 2012 looked like. And this chart shows our, what we are calling, we are not even calling a cyclical upturn, but an extended period of low returns. And that's, again, it has a lot of assumptions built into it, and we haven't talked about any kind of geopolitical disturbances that may impact the assumptions that were built into the model. And I'd love to hear from the other panelists about their views on it. But if we look back historically, just to see what this next cycle will look like, our prediction is that this will be more like the 1992 to 96 or the 86 to 88 ag expansions, which were short, 44 months and 23 months respectively, and the increase was of the 33% or 39%, 30 to 40% magnitude. That's what we are saying that this upturn will look like. Compared to our most recent experience with an upturn, which was really long. It was 2001 to 2011, 114 months, and the magnitude of the increase was enormous. It was 278%. So we are not looking, while we are looking at things stabilizing and maybe improving slightly, we are not looking at in any fashion returning to the good old days of early part of the century. And that has led to, just in the last 12 months, we have seen 4 big merger announcements in total amounting to close to $300 billion. And that, I think, it reflects some of those structural realities that that are shown, that we saw in the data and some of the modeling predictions we had. And they were driven by these factors, which is reduction in farm income and the margins at the farm level, and that then translates throughout the chain. Secondly, it was about the efficiency and the productivity of the R&D portfolio of these companies and the costs that those efforts were taking. It needed to be rationalized. And the last one was also a strategic imperative if you look at all of these companies and what they were talking about, they were looking at a transformation from being a producer and a provider of products to really becoming a service type entity. And I think these mergers are addressing all of those 3 realities that the sector is facing. I was asked to talk about what impact these 4 big mergers will have on the value chain. Our view is that growers will actually benefit from this because they will have new products and services. There will be a renewed effort at these 4 bigger companies to come up with new products and services at price points that are attractive to growers. Whereas fertilizer manufacturers and what we call grain and oilseed off-takers, it's going to be a mixed environment for them depending on what sectors they are in, what their footprint is, and so on. But the group that is going to be maybe negatively effective is those who are on the distribution side, primarily because of the fact that the concentration of market power from 8 or so to 4 companies will mean that the commission levels and concessions for distributors will be impacted. So that's a prediction, and that's looking at the recent past. That's what's been happening in the industry. But again, all of this that we are seeing, these are big changes. These mergers, these are once in a generation, once in a lifetime type events that are happening in the industry. But again, these are being driven by issues that were there in the past. There are many other factors that are playing that are affecting this sector that are very different from what led to these mergers. So I think we have to keep that in mind. And I'll come back to that, and that goes back to my my initial comment about the millennials. A lot else is changing behind the scenes. The composition of the population is changing. You've heard enough about that. We don't have, if you look at households, the number of occasions for sit-down meals has gone down tremendously and is going to continue to go down. The composition of the population is changing. If you think it has changed so far, if you look at our predictions and look at all the expert predictions that are coming out for about 2055, the composition will change dramatically even from today. So a lot of that is going to impact what is grown, what is consumed, and therefore how the ag sector should respond. Then the other big trend that is impacting our lives and therefore also our sector is the fact that everyone has a supercomputer in their pocket. People have a lot of relationships, but they're all intermediated by a screen. And I think that has led to everyone who is in front of a screen for 5 hours plus a day, there is a desire to have relationships. There's a desire to find connection with causes, with issues, with companies. And I think people are using their own mechanisms to find those connections, but it is all intermediated through that screen. And that's something that we have to remember. Again, it goes back to, okay, what the consumer is thinking, how they're arriving at their decisions, and what can we do to shape those decisions. And it was easy in the past in terms of shaping consumer behavior. It was being done by big corporations that had scale, that had reach, that had marketing outreach, to be able to get to the minds and to be able to provide things at an effective price point for everyone. Now it is very unpredictable as to what consumers will choose. They are not being told, they will choose to inform their views. And then, whether we look at food, fiber, feed, or pharma, or any of the things that touch consumers, the preferences are changing as a result of some broader trends that they are all when they're intermediating, when they're looking at information that is available to them, rather than getting it from a family setting. They are all trying to figure out how can health and wellness is important for them. It's important for them. Transparency is important because again they are kind of yearning for information. They're yearning to figure out what is right for them. They don't have the kind of ecosystem that we had growing up, or that many of us had, in terms of figuring out what is right and what is wrong, and learning from watching others. I mean, it's much more reduced. So they're looking for transparency. They're looking for both value on the one hand, but also they're looking to make sure that they get the best experience. So it's value and premiumization leading to a hybrid consumer at the same time. And convenience remains big. If you look at how the snack bar category has exploded, it is all about getting things when you want and where you want them. And lastly, it is just mostly about novelty. So I think people are tired of Kellogg and Kraft telling them what breakfast should be. They want to try it out on their own. And therefore, they're moving away from big brands. In fact, the one rare category that hasn't moved away from big brands is butter. So I'm sure you like that, Beth. And people call me, and there are new trends, that they're driving new trends or fads, but they're not really fads. If you look at what gluten-free has started, it has led to a real decline, a 10% decline in wheat consumption in the U.S. So it's not a fad anymore. And if you look at natural and organic, again, it has gone mainstream. The biggest retailer for natural and organic, which is even a more well-defined category, is Costco, which is the most mainstream retail that you can think about. And if you look at where organic is being imported, if you look at the chart, yellow corn and soybeans are one of our biggest organic imports. I can understand olive oil, bananas, and coffee need to be imported, but why yellow corn and soybeans? I'm sure our sector can do something about that. And one thing that I alluded to, that experts are no longer the main source for information for the masses. And just one, we followed one question, are granola bars healthy? Nutritionists say by an overwhelming majority, by almost 70% majority, that they are not. But the US public thinks that they are. It's almost a mirror image. So how can ag respond? One, we can look at history. That the ag sector has been able to deliver value and has been able to increase productivity over a period of time. So it's not something that is new to the sector. This is a challenge that we have met. But if you look at how we have met that, and this is according to the USDA data, the biggest increase in productivity came from the total factor productivity growth. And if we delve deep into that, in the US and North America, that total factor productivity growth came mainly out of seed and fertilizer. The growth in the seed and fertilizer application, the efficacy of that. Now that has its limit. So what worked in the past may not work anymore, at least if done in the same way, if more of the same is done. So we need to innovate. And how do we do that? So I have about 4 points to make, and then I think we'll love to hear from the other panelists as to what they think. One is that long tails are practical now. So it used to be that you are, for you to have scale, and scale was important, and for you to have any kind of reasonable assumptions on profitability and success in the long run, you need to be in the mainstream. And that's no longer the case because of the information technology, because of improvements in logistics, and in general, the communication that is available in general. Long tails are no longer an experiment. I think people can look at long tails, which is categories that are not mainstream categories, and still have profitable businesses and farming businesses as well. I have a couple of examples. If you look at milk as a category, the low-fat and whole milk as a category has seen year-over-year declines of 5%. But if you look at all the alternative milk categories, they have seen a 9% compounded annual growth rate. So that category, even though it's not equal to conventional milk, it is becoming comparable. And that's not just in milk. If you look at blue corn, you look at quinoa, look at any of these what would otherwise have been called fads, they are all substantial categories and viable categories on their own. The second one, which I'm sure you'll hear a lot of, and there are lots of exhibitors out there today, is the use of technology, and the use of technology throughout the food chain, right from the farm to the table. And this is where maybe we can learn from the millennials, because yes, maybe we'll have to solve certain issues about the ownership of data, but I think if you look at the current generation, they are very eager to share their data as long as it brings them better products and services that addresses their specific needs. And I think that's what our sector will have to do, and maybe we need data utilities in order for people to make the transition, but I think that we will need to do much better on that front. If you look at investments as far as technology is concerned, most of these are the various categories where investments have gone in. This is venture capital investments. Most of it has gone into food e-commerce. And I would argue that it should go to the other end of the scale, which is to farm Internet of Technology and Internet of Things and to ag biotechnology, because that's where the most exciting developments have occurred. For the first time, gene editing costs have come down substantially, and they are available to be applied to bring out traits that are useful to the consumer, not to the seller of farm inputs or to the growers themselves. So this is a remarkable change, and if the industry can seize upon that and make investments and bring products to consumers where they will see an immediate benefit to them, then this whole distrust of science can be addressed. I think we have a unique opportunity for the sector to make use of this. Global linkages, I know Beth will talk about, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but trade has been good to our sector, so we should make sure that our voice is there and a lot of the discussions around trade will happen over the next couple of years. And lastly, and this goes back to, I think there was a question in the first session today from Vivian of Fresno State that talked about connecting with the consumers, connecting with, and in particular, the urban consumers. There's a lot to be done there. So we have, the sector has to reach out and make sure there's a lot of resonance of values between what consumers want today and what the ag sector represents traditionally. But I think we need to reach out, we need to educate, we need to be in those conversations ourselves. So I will leave it at that. I think if we can address the trends of the past, but also look at some of these budding, more macro societal trends, then I think our companies and our, especially in the U.S., given the amount of the kind of talent that we have, the kind of research institutes that we have, the kind of organizations like USDA that we have, and corporations and the innovation that the ecosystem that we already have, I'm sure that our, the forecast that I talked about is going to be, I would say not the base case, but the downside case. So we have a lot of upside for us too, but we will have to work to make it happen. That's it from me. I'm looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rajiv. That was very interesting. And in addition, we have new trivia on butter now that I'm sure Beth will remind us as well. Our next speaker represents a company that touches our lives from literally on the farm to the fork. And they have a lot of brand loyalists I know that work for the company as well. I'm not sure if Dana Brooks is in here. She once admonished me for not having Land O'Lakes butter in my house at the time she was visiting. But I do like to cook with it, and it's just one of the many excellent products produced by Land O'Lakes. Beth Ford is a very busy woman. She's Group Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for Land O'Lakes, responsible for Purina Animal Nutrition and the U.S. Dairy Foods business. Now, in addition to that, Beth is the Chief Supply Chain Officer, overseeing operations, IT, research and development for all of Land O'Lakes. Previously, she worked as a senior leader at a variety of companies, including Mobil, Pepsi, the Hatchet Book Group, and International Flavors and Fragrances. So she's got a vast variety of experiences, and she's also a wonderful fellow Iowa Stater. Go Cyclones. Please welcome Beth.
Thank you, and good morning. I love the fact that somebody's showing a chart and showing butter growth. Isn't that the best? I always say, butter's back, it's healthy now. Yay! Awesome. He's going to get up my slides here. Ron, and on this one? Let's see if we can get this one going here. There we go. Okay, so usually when I start a conversation about Land O'Lakes, or I'm out and I'm talking to people and they ask where I work and I say Land O'Lakes, and everybody says, oh, the butter company, right? And everybody thinks that. That's what we do, that we're the butter company, and we appreciate that. And that certainly is the heritage of Land O'Lakes. That's where we were started in 1921 by some upper Midwest dairy farmers, trying to get their product and market access into the eastern population centers. And today we remain owned by farmers. We are a farmer-owned organization, but we are a different company than most people understand, and Sarah was commenting on that. We have 4 diversified business units. You can see them here. We start with Winfield United in the seed crop protection. We have master agronomists. It's a high-tech business. It's precision ag. We also have Purina Animal Nutrition, and the unaided awareness for the Purina brand is at like 90. It competes with Starbucks. It's a huge brand, and that business is central to our success. And then, of course, we have Land O'Lakes Dairy. And then more recently, we have started the Sustain Group, or Sustain Division. Today, I'm going to focus my attention on dairy and on Land O'Lakes Sustain, because you've heard other speakers talk about what's going on in the market. But I often think that this example of what we do really talks about the unique position of Land O'Lakes. We really do see the continuum. I say we provide the seed and the expertise to the farmer who grows the grain that goes into the feed, that feeds the cow, that makes the milk, that makes the butter. We see everything in the continuum, and it's a really unique platform for us to have and for us to comment on and what we see in the ag sector. It has been a challenging environment. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, because what I think will be different in my conversation about the markets and dairies, I'm going to give you the view of not only a processor but a producer. We are farmer owned. So we see this across the spectrum, the different volatility issues and what they drive right on the acre, the changes that are going on in ag, and at the same time what it means for processors. So I want to start by talking about the dairy business, and then I'm going to end by talking about sustain, which we're very excited about. I think it's a great opportunity and consistent with this value set that Rajiv was commenting on millennials. By the way, when we were looking at our discussion of what Land O'Lakes is, who Land O'Lakes is, we've tried to elevate that conversation. We say we are feeding human progress. We are feeding human progress because the nutrition is central to the capability of human beings, and that's what we're doing. We're feeding human progress. So we tried to elevate that conversation, and I will say that has resonated significantly with millennials who really want to have that kind of valued proposition with the folks that they do business with and also where they work. And so that really has been central to us over the last few years. So let's talk about dairy, and I say market insights, and you've heard a bit about this. You see this chart and the comment, dairy commodity markets are depressed. And when we say commodity, you look at butter. Butter has been on trend. Butter is growing, and in fact, we're the category leader in butter, and that's growth. And there's been growth in cheese, and there's been growth in yogurt. But that won't offset, I'm going to show you a chart later, it doesn't offset the decline we're seeing in class 1 or fluid consumption. And that causes some volatility in the marketplace. What is depressed and has been depressed and most volatile is non-fat. And that non-fat, the powders, are the powders that go into the chocolate or into baby formula. It's a B2B sale. So we have major customers like Nestle, like Hershey, like Abbott Mead, right? So we're working with them. But that is a global market. It's a global market, and you're playing against that with a domestic cost base, and we've had strong currency. You know, the comment around trade that Rajiv was making, it's central. The success of the business of dairy over the last number of years has largely been tied to additional outlets for the dairy products, and that would be dairy powders in international markets. So right now, this is extremely volatile, and pricing is depressed. In fact, over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a drop in powder prices. I think last I looked, it was like at 88 cents, and it dropped from up over $1. And I want to be very clear about what that implication is for a processor, okay? Because I'm going to talk about the producer. The producer is still seeing elevated milk price. They're going to be in expansion mode. But for a processor, the challenge in terms of outlets is reduced outlets, and one of the reasons we saw pricing drop in powders is the change in the administration and concern for dairy members about access to Mexico and other key markets. Exports were over $5 billion for dairy over the last year, and a significant portion of that went into Mexico. So you can understand the concern and why that's driving additional volatility and driving a decline in powder prices. And to be clear about what that means for many companies, I think the next one, the fact that demand is slowing and the price is depressed, what happens in your P&L is that you do a mark-to-market at the end of the year and the quarter. So you can imagine if you're carrying inventory and the inventory value drops, what that means in terms of implications for your profitability or for your reported profitability. And thus what it means for implications for capital investment over the long term, for long-term growth of the dairy sector. So that's what we're seeing. You see what has also occurred. There's been a slowing demand. China has been a key outlet, Mexico has been a key outlet, but China has started to try to develop its own supply. And at the same time, the EU took off quotas on dairy production. At the same time, there was a pushback because of the Ukraine situation with Russia. And so there was no dairy exports or reduced dairy exports for cheese from Europe into Russia. So where does that product go? So you've got increased growth in Russia, or in Europe, and then the product has to go somewhere. There's going to outlets, so where is it going to move? It's going to move into South America, into Mexico. That's what the axis is. So it's a fascinating change that has drivers, including geopolitical issues, including economic issues, currency strength, expanded production, all of those elements that are driving depressed dairy prices. At the same time, there has been significant milk production growth in the recent years. I mentioned the quotas being removed from Europe, but the U.S. has also had expanded production. There are fewer producers over the last number of years, but they're larger producers. They're the more progressive producers. You know, the discussion that Rajiv just mentioned about scale being important, and I think the dairy producers would say scale is important for them. It is. But the scale is outstripping, that production is outstripping processing capacity or outlets, and especially in a couple of key areas. And I'm going to talk about what the key areas are. This one, if you look at this, milk production growth is likely to continue driven by solid margins. So we've seen significant growth in milk production domestically and internationally. And we're going to see this expand, and that would be our forecast, obviously, and that's what's been commented on previously here in the U.S. this year. Why? Because milk price has stayed elevated. Milk price has been driven by an elevated butter price, an elevated yogurt price, an elevated cheese price. So that keeps the milk price given to the producer at an elevated level. In fact, at the end of last year, I think it went up a couple dollars. And at the same time, feed costs are low, are moving sideways. Why? Because grains are long, right? So feed costs have been kind of stable. So the income over feed cost is in what we call expansion mode. Producers will have a reason to produce. They want to take advantage of that. And of course, all of us would support that. Certainly as a farmer-owned organization, we want that. The challenge will be outlets for that milk. And the fact is that there has been an oversupply situation domestically for the last couple of years. That's most significant in Michigan and in the Northeast Corridor. And the reason that's so significant in the Northeast Corridor is yogurt production moved, when Chobani moved some yogurt production, from the east into Idaho. And then, you know, Pepsi Mueller started up a plant to do some product development in yogurt. That wasn't successful. They pulled out of that. So capacity came out of the east, but milk production continued to increase. And at the same time, class 1 or fluid milk demand has declined. So where does the milk go? What's happening? You have some consolidation, but feed costs have been relatively stable. And again, milk price is being driven by other factors in the dairy sector. And that's what you see in this chart. Where are we seeing growth? We're seeing it in the butter, in the cheese. But look at the volume differential between the importance of fluid milk and the other categories. So the challenge for the processors, and one of the reasons the price in butter has been elevated, I say, well, one of the things is it's on trend, right? It's healthy, it's simple. People moved away from margarine. And that's a terrific situation. But in the manufacturing process, for every pound of butter you manufacture, you manufacture 2 pounds of powder. It's part of the process. You have to dry that and you ship it. So you see the contention. How do you deal with the fact that you have increased butter demand and you want to meet that requirement and that demand, but at the same time, you do have challenges on the powder side because of that level of volatility in global markets. It's a global market for the powders, and it is a domestic market for the butters primarily, right? So you've got this contention. At the same time, fluid milk demand is decreasing. Cereal consumption is decreasing, right? I remember when I was growing up, it was Cheerios, Rice Krispies, or Wheaties, and that's what my mom told me was available. Now you have a lot of other options for breakfast, right? And so folks are shifting off things that we have always known. You would think milk would be on trend, wouldn't you? Protein, healthy. But we have an innovation problem. We have a challenge to make it attractive to consumers. And we're seeing this decline have a significant impact in dairy profitability. So what are the challenges? It's one thing to point out what the challenges are and then say, okay, well, so then what's going to be the so what? How are you managing it? We've had good fortune at Land O'Lakes for a different way that we manage this. We are a co-op. The cows are milking every day. Our responsibility is to take that milk. We use it for our production, but we sell out some of our fluid milk. We work in an integrated fashion. There is increasing liquidity in hedging markets, so we do take positions, and that mitigates some of the downside risk. But the market isn't that liquid. We were talking about that earlier, but it's something. What will be key, in my view, is innovation. Product innovation, marketing, really helping folks understand the power of dairy proteins. It will be central to the ability for the producer to grow and to continue to be profitable, and for processors to make investments over the long term. It's hard to make investments if you know you have that level of volatility and you have that uncertainty, and the possibility is that you can't get the right returns profile to invest in capital. So product innovation will be central, and that's why we are part of the Dairy Innovation Center. My R&D team is working aggressively at different innovation and different pieces of innovation and different products, and that is going to be critical for the entire industry. I've talked about risk management, and then as well our integrated approach to the way we make decisions. We don't have an individual by department, although all of those are working together, but we work through a process where we're making trade-off decisions based on the forward look of the market, what the demand is for the customer, to optimize our profitability. From that strategy, we've been able to have best-in-class performance, leveraging the power of the Land O'Lakes retail brand, the branded value added, against some of the downside risk on the powder, which is more commodity, right? You can have pricing power on the branded goods side, hard to get pricing power in a commodity powder market that is a global market that is quite contentious in a depressed market. So we make integrated decisions. And then finally, we do, in partnership with our producers, talk about the economics of the business. Managed growth, balanced growth. Legally, you aren't going to constrain the supply and the development of production from your dairy producers. That's not, you wouldn't do that. You can't do that. So we don't talk about that. Rather, we talk about what is the co-op friendly policy, and that we are in this together, and we have to look at what the outlets are. And as you grow, we need to have transparency and visibility for us to understand what you're doing in terms of your growth profile, so we can make sure that you have profitable outlets. And from that partnership, that teaming, we've been able to have our dairy producers in each of our key milk sheds grow above market levels versus everybody else. So be most profitable because of our innovation and because of our integrated approach to dealing with this, because of our risk management strategies, and because this partnership we have with our dairy members. So I wanted to make sure, in this piece, and I'm going to move over to the sustain piece, because I would also say there's other things that the dairy producers and the farmers are focused on, and that would be one of them, and certainly is central to consumers. But I wanted to kind of bring down what you see on the charts about, well, it's long, and boy, it's the price protection, or the prices are low, for you to really understand how that translates into a processor and a producer. The producers are in profitable range. They will expand production. That's going to happen. We need to consider other outlets. Innovation will be central. Branded value added, it is central to the growth of the dairy sector. So I'm going to move off of the dairy discussion and talk about some of the other things that we're focused on at Land O'Lakes in terms of sustainability. Now, to me, and a couple of folks have mentioned this earlier today, sustainability. And it's not just because, geez, millennials are focused on the sustainability. I think that this has been the business of farmers for generations. And what is happening, that's not to say, by the way, and I think any of the producers and farmers would say this, that there's not improvement that can be made. Of course there is. And as we get more tools and more technology and more visibility, we can help these farmers and these producers make those changes and meet those challenges. So what is this? Why did we create a sustainability unit? What we decided were the tools I described in Winfield, where we have geospatial information. We can see where water runoff is. We can see where the most fertile areas are. We can see all sorts of things in data and with our tools to optimize production. If you turn this other side of that and you look at the other side of the coin, you'd say, well, that's great, because you can then also address sustainability challenges with real science, with real data. And that's what we decided to do. Geez, we have this information, and we need to continue to partner with our farmer members and with others to address growing challenges on soil health, air, water, all of those areas. So that's what the whole idea was, and you can see how this is front and center in business today. Why do we think we have a right to win here, or not even just a right to win? How can we really impact it? Well, you see the scale of what we touch at Land O'Lakes. We're touching half of harvested acres, a quarter of farmers in the grain areas. We have the tools. We've been investing in the tools and in the data and the data structures for years. So we know we can apply that capability and address different challenges. It's new. So I'm not going to get up here and say, let me tell you the 7 things we've just done. I'm going to tell you that it's new. And one of the things we're doing, which is what everybody does here, I'm sure, in the room, is we start to form the team. We start to talk about what the tools are, what the strategies are. One of the changes we just recently announced, and the team members, for those of you from USDA, will know the name. We just announced the hiring of Jason Weller. Previous to that, earlier in the year, we brought on Tina May, also from USDA, and then most recently working with the Chief of Staff, working as Chief of Staff for the Deputy Secretary of Ag. We're trying to bring in experts, the folks who are knowledgeable, partnering them with our technical teams to say what are the strategies that will really work. What's been exciting about this is that we have some partnerships with key retailers. And this is my last slide, but one of the things that we've done is we brought in one of the major, one of the major food companies in the United States right now, retailers. It's Walmart. It's Walmart. It's like your conversation about organic as Costco. Well, who is it in grocery? It's Walmart. We brought in their head of their food division, their grocery division, to come into our answer plots to see the science, because what we say is precision ag, precision production is precision sustainability. It's the other side of the coin. And we wanted them to help understand what true sustainability looks like. From that, and from partnerships that we've developed with the Environmental Defense Fund, they're recommending our tools and our partnership with companies, or 2 companies, like Kellogg's, like Campbell's Soup. So Walmart's push is to say, I want to make sure you have sustainable production for your ingredients. Please work with somebody to ensure that. So what we do then is we, in partnership, go out to the farmers that are supplying those kinds of grains for their core products. And we work on different tools, different changes in their practices, or enhancements in their practices to make sure we're driving sustainable production. So it's early in the journey. We know we can leverage the tools that we have, the data that we have, the information, and develop the capability, as I said, bringing on some experts. And we believe that this is going to be something that is not only helpful for our business, of course you want to do that, but it's really more about consistency with our values and what we want to do. And I want to go back to the very beginning of my comment, my comments, that what we're trying to do is focus on feeding human progress. And we want to elevate that conversation to this level, and for us, sustain is a natural adjacency to that. So thank you. I'll look forward to some questions afterwards. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Beth. I can see why people like Tina and former NRCS Chief Jason Weller were excited about your Sustain initiative, and we look forward to talking more about that a little later in the Q&A. Our third panelist, and the last but not least, is Luke Chandler. He's a Deputy Chief Economist for Deere & Company. He started his career after he graduated from the University of New England, working for the National Australia Bank. And then he worked his way up through several different positions at Rabo. So as was mentioned earlier by Rajiv, Luke worked as the global head of agri-commodity research and previously worked for Rabo as general manager of their food and agri-research division. Please help me welcome Luke Chandler.
Okay.
Thank you for the introduction, and on behalf of Deere & Company, thank you to the USDA for the opportunity to be here today. I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of what's driving the business conditions for our enterprise, both here in the US and globally, and also what's driving the business environment for our clients and customers. You can see here the title of my slide is Plowing Through the Downturn. So we'll touch on that and then touch on sort of some of the outlook as well. As you can probably pick up by now, while I work in John Deere's global headquarters in Moline, Illinois, and my family and I live across the Mississippi in Bettendorf, Iowa, I'm not a native of the Midwest. We moved here about 18 months ago from Australia, and in that time I've picked up a few preconceptions that Americans have about Australians, and I'd just like to set one of those straight before we get started here, that being that we come from down under. So I'd just like to share our version of the map of the world, which looks a little different. So in John Deere's 179-year history, we've only had 3 times where we've had 3 years in a row of declining sales. And in that 179 years, we've never had 4 years of declining sales. 2016 was the 3rd year in a row of declining sales for us, and the 3rd time, as I said, that's happened in history. So we're hoping that 2017 doesn't create new history for us, but it's very clear that the current downturn in global agricultural prices, farm incomes, has had a big impact on agricultural equipment demand around the world. You can see from this chart here, between 2013 and 2016, the magnitude of declines in sales in all regions around the world. If we look at our largest market, being the US and Canada, you can see here where we've got the relationship between tractor sales of 100 horsepower and above and farm receipts for corn, wheat and oilseed crops. We can look back in history and see other downturns that we've been through. So if we look at the 80s, which has been referenced quite a bit this morning, we saw a 60% decline in sales during that period. We fast forward to the early 90s and we saw about a 23% drop from peak to trough in sales during that period. In the late 90s, we saw a drop of around 35% during that period. And then if we fast forward to this current downturn that we're going through, sales are down around 60% from their peak in 2013 to where we are currently. So in the magnitude of change, we're about where we were in the 1980s. Thankfully, our net income is nowhere near what it was in the 1980s, but certainly worth noting also that the peaks that we came off before going into this downturn were as high as we've ever had in history. If we dig a little deeper into the farm balance sheet, one of the key drivers for our performance and demand for equipment, and I'll just run over this pretty quickly because we obviously had Rob talk in some detail about this morning, but a few things to highlight, I guess, in that if you look at the green bars and this red dotted line, it basically took from when records began to the year 2000 to grow equity in the US farm balance sheet to $1 trillion. It then only took another 11 years to double that, and then in the 4 or 5 years after that, we nearly tripled it, where we got to about $2.6 trillion. Obviously, as you can see from the green bars, the last couple of years we've started to erode some of that equity. In 2017, the USDA is forecasting that farm sector debt is expected to reach a record of around $240 billion. And so as a result, we're starting to see those debt to equity, debt to asset ratios, and also cash on hand to service debt being squeezed because of this downturn. Obviously, as Rob pointed out, we're nowhere near back where we were in the 80s, but clearly that trend is in the wrong direction. And so it's understandable that farmers have been cutting back on large or big ticket items such as agricultural machinery. This chart shows the recent decline of inputs, or the share of inputs for cash farmers or crop farmers here in the US. So you can see that the machinery as a percentage of overall inputs has been declining in recent years, as farmers have held back on those big purchases. At the same time, we've actually seen seed increasing over that period, and actually since 1995 to 2015, the percentage of input costs of seed actually doubled during that period. So while the trend of farmer spending has been declining for farming equipment, we've seen strengthening demand towards other issues or other opportunities such as precision agriculture, and Beth obviously talked a little bit about those. This data is from the USDA. It's a little bit dated, but I think the trend is pretty clear here. So if you look at yield mapping, for example, which is around 44% for corn there, if you look back to 2001, for corn and soybeans, that was less than 10%. Currently, around 50% of US cropland is under guidance systems here in the US. In 2001, again, for both corn and soybeans, that was less than 10%. Obviously, the drivers here, and one of the big potentials, is cost minimisation, cost optimisation, whatever term you want to use. And so that's certainly been helping potentially drive the demand for this during this downturn. There's obviously other drivers such as natural resource issues and the ability to track nutrient runoff and nutrient placement, and sustainability is definitely, and regulatory reform is definitely a big driver as well. So if we look a little bit at the global grains markets now, and we continue to see supply side pressure. You can see here that production reached an all-time record high in the year 2016-17. Over the last 15 years, farmers around the world have brought in an additional 100 million acres into the production of grains and oilseeds. Favourable weather in last year, but also in the last 4 years, has resulted in all-time record high production over that period. On the demand side, it's good news in that demand has continued to increase for grain and oilseeds around the world. We've seen 22 straight years now of increasing demand for grains around the world. However, unfortunately, it just hasn't been able to keep pace with supply. And so one of the questions we've got is, given where we're at in the commodity cycle, is do we have a global supply glut of grains? And so our answer to that is we don't believe so. And so if you look at this chart, obviously stocks being the yellow bars and the stocks to use ratio being the green line have definitely increased in recent years. They're well up above the 10-year average now. But if you take out Chinese stocks, it's a very different situation. So over the last 15 years, the area planted to corn in China has basically doubled. The Chinese government have been paying farmers there basically double the CBOT price over some of the recent years to encourage increased production. So obviously farmers, seeing this large incentive, have gone out and planted more, and as a result we've seen particularly corn stocks skyrocketing in China. And so if we strip those stocks out, you can see here that the global grain and oilseed situation looks a little bit different. You can see the stocks to use ratio has fallen from around 25% in this previous chart down to around 16% excluding those stocks. And it's highly unlikely those stocks will ever come onto the world market in terms of exports. And so I guess what we sort of say is that this leaves the market more sensitive to a weather production setback or weather-induced setback than what the headline numbers might otherwise suggest. In addition to Chinese agricultural policy, one of the other factors I just wanted to touch on, which has really been driving and reshaping global agriculture, has been the strength of the US dollar. We've heard a little bit about that this morning, particularly with regards to competitiveness and trade. And you can see here what this chart shows you what corn prices have done since 2014 in both US dollar terms along the bottom in that yellow line, and then what they've done in Ukrainian terms, in Argentina, and then in Brazil. And so at a time when the market is trying to incentivize farmers to produce less, particularly in, say, corn, we've got the currency depreciating in all these other major exporters. And so, as a result, farmers in some of these regions are seeing some of the highest prices they've ever seen. And as a result, what do? They go out and plant more, they go out and produce more, and as a result, we've seen production and exportable surpluses growing around the world at a time when the market is trying to tell it it should be producing less. And so one of the impacts that this has had is lowering or reducing the importance, if you like, of US exports on the world stage. You can see here that US grain and oilseed exports have basically halved in terms of market share over the last 30 years. In the last 10 years or so, they've dropped by around 10 to 15%. At the same time, we've seen production and exportable surpluses growing in a number of regions. Brazil is now the largest soybean exporter in the world. Just last year, Russia became the largest single wheat exporter in the world. And so we've seen production and exportable surpluses growing in other parts and really competing more aggressively for that export market share with the US. We talked on this morning, so I won't go into this in too much detail, but if we start to kind of look a little bit ahead here, and obviously farm incomes are forecast to stabilise in 2017. In terms of our cycle, what's important for our business and for our clients, that's obviously really good signs, and there are definitely some better signs in some of the commodity markets, such as, say, cotton and sugar, where we're starting to see a better outlook. Grains is still got a little ways to go. But looking longer term, beyond sort of 2017, in terms of the longer term outlook, if you like, the tailwinds that we think are there supporting our business and supporting the outlook for global agriculture, we believe are still very much in place. Over the last 15 years, we've really, despite the last couple of years of hardship, we've really seen an unparalleled period of prosperity in global agriculture. We've seen record high prices, farmer incomes at all-time record highs. Global grain consumption has increased by around a third. Global trade of grain and oilseed has increased by around 70%. Food security has improved by around 28% over this period. And it's really been this culmination of tailwinds driving the long run that we think is still very much in place and likely to drive our business over the long term. And so I'll touch on these briefly and then we can get into some Q&A. And so while global GDP remains below potential, rising incomes around the world continue to drive incremental demand for grains, for oilseeds, for protein and for dairy. If we look at China alone, per capita meat consumption is now 5 times what it was in 1980, and we expect this growth to continue accelerating as we look out to 2030. The number of people moving into that middle class are expected to increase by around 260 million people, and so as a result, that's just one example, but as a result of that increasing incomes, we expect the demand to continue driving we expect that growth to continue driving demand for grains and oilseeds and for our customers' products. We also see that while growth in the economy disappointed a little bit in 2016, both globally and also in the US, economic growth in the US last year was the lowest, was the first time in 6 years that it's actually fallen below the EU. The IMF is actually forecasting that world economic growth and US growth is expected to accelerate as we move into 2017 and 2018. I sometimes think that when I look at my wife's online shopping habits, she's trying to single-handedly restart the US economy. But obviously increasing incomes is important, as we've heard a lot about the increasing population. Certainly, this has continued to strengthen as a tailwind for our sector. We heard 9 billion people referenced a few times this morning. If you look back to 2000, the United Nations was actually forecasting the world population to increase from 6.1 to 9.3 billion people. It's now forecasting that to increase to 9.7 billion people by the year 2050. So that's an additional 400 million mouths to feed over that period. Urbanisation is another trend. In 2010, we crossed over and saw more than 50% of the world's population living in urban areas. That's forecast to increase to around 70% by the year 2050, and as a result supports a lot of the longer term trends in terms of mechanisation, more mouths per farmer and those sorts of things that are driving increasing agricultural equipment demand and precision agriculture and these sorts of things as we look forward. And then the last one just being the importance of trade. We've heard a little bit about that this morning. A lot of this population growth is expected to take place in some of the most food insecure regions of the world. And you can see here that where that growth is likely to be strongest in places like Africa and Southeast Asia. So that provides big opportunities for net exporting regions such as Australia, New Zealand, South America, Europe, and also here in North America, obviously. So with that, I'll finish up and summarise in terms of what we see coming down the track. In the short term, we see increased business confidence. As I mentioned, US and global economy expected to grow stronger in 2017. There's definitely some geopolitical tensions and uncertainty we need to get through. Elections in Europe being pretty prominent there. And a mixed outlook, but certainly a brighter outlook for some commodities. Over the medium term, we need to see a bit of a rebalancing in some of those grain stocks and obviously what happens with the farm balance sheet, particularly here in the US, will be really important. And then those long-run tailwinds, as I mentioned, we believe are still very much intact and very strong and are going to drive the future of our business and the future of agriculture globally. So with that, I'll wrap up and look forward to your questions. Yeah, it's hot up there.
Well, thank you, Luke. As I mentioned, we'd like to have you engage with some questions with this group. I'm going to go ahead and kick off. So if, while I'm asking the first couple of questions, if you want to come to one of the microphones, and please wave your hand if I don't see you right away because the lights are quite bright up here and quite warm. One of the first questions I'd like to ask is for all of our panelists, and Luke touched on this, is not only the importance of trade, but some of the different concerns that organizations have about trade right now. And we did hear from some political voices earlier this morning, Governor Brandstad and Chairman Conway. If you had any advice for this new administration about trade right now from your business perspective, what would it be? Luke or Regina, Beth?
You know, trade is central. I think the administration and President Trump understand the importance of trade. I believe that. It appears to me, resetting the frame and not saying it's kind of, it's a removal of us from TPP and other areas, and so it's going to be one-on-one negotiations. Those need to happen with speed. What is a real challenge for any business is uncertainty. Uncertainty and inability to understand where we need to make investments. And so we've shown, and each of you have seen these charts over the last number of speakers, see how critical trade is to agriculture. It is. It is, we are the best producer, we're the most efficient producer, and it's a great growth industry, growing population, and we need to be participating in that. So the advice is we need to move with speed, and we need to put some certainty, because the volatility that's occurring right now is driving some real challenges for businesses to be able to invest over the long term. And so we need to put a frame up to understand what that is. And certainly key markets, the ones that we've discussed, whether it's Mexico, whether it's China, elsewhere, we need to make sure that those are top priority areas for the administration.
Thank you. Other thoughts, Luke or Regina?
Well, I guess I'd just highlight, obviously, US agriculture probably has the most to lose of any sector when it comes to trade. You look at China, agriculture of any industry in the economy has the largest net surplus in terms of trade, with 60% of US soybeans going into China. And so obviously it's going to be really important. As was highlighted this morning, there was a lot of support in the agricultural sector, and Deere as a company was vocally supporting or publicly supporting the TPP agreement because there was a lot of opportunities in there. You know, for you take an example like the beef sector and into the largest beef importer in the world being Japan. Australia and New Zealand both have bilateral agreements with Japan which provide significant tariff advantages for exports into there. US beef exporters are trying to get into that same market, and TPP would have really equaled the playing field, if you like. So now obviously President Trump and the Japanese Prime Minister have recently been playing golf, so maybe they figured something out on the 19th hole, who knows. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens with the bilateral agreements, but there's certainly, you know, a lot to lose and some big opportunities as well.
And I'm sure some of your Australian friends are quite happy to see the opportunities that may open for them in the absence of anything.
Yeah, no doubt, keeping a very close eye on it, and obviously, you know, in a lot of the world markets, Australia and the US compete, be it dairy or beef or other things, and so, you know, but I think even for other agriculture sectors around the world, TPP would have been a good thing because it would have meant everyone was on the same playing field for all commodities.
Rajiv, is there something you'd like to add?
The thing I'd like to add to that is to say that the U.S. market continues to be the best global market as a destination market for products that somehow relate to agriculture. So I think that's clearly an advantage that has to be used in, you know, as Beth said, this is going to be resetting of trade negotiations. So I think that's clearly one lever that the government has to pull. And I gave the example of organic. I mean, a lot of organic imports into the U.S. are coming from countries like Turkey, China, where we know the standards are not the same as what the USDA would impose here in the U.S. So that has to be something that the government has to take into account. So I think as coming to a speedy resolution, making sure that you have you have identified what levers you want to pull, and then going into it and getting conclusion, I think that's very important for business.
Thank you. I notice we've got quite a few folks lined up. So let's start over here. Please give us your name and your affiliation for your question.
Good morning. My name is Vanessa Garcia. I'm from the University of Rhode Island as a student. My question for you is, my generation is guilty. We are guilty of wanting to be environmentally friendly, going vegan, being vegetarian, being obsessed with local, and many of us, not myself, but don't believe in trade, don't believe in the need for a globalized agricultural approach to the way we live. My position as an educator for URI Cooperative Extension always allows me to be showing science to people. It's more efficient, showing numbers, it's more economically efficient, it's more sustainable. But at the same time, sometimes it's not enough. My question for you is, what can we do as educators and agribusiness to bridge the generational gap, that knowledge gap, to bring that generation on board with agribusiness and trade?
All right, so what can we do to bridge the gap as educators on agriculture and trade?
I'd like to answer that one because, your comment is exactly right. One of the risks, I think, in the conversations about food and food production and science around food production and so on is this designation of good food, bad food, right? Efficiency, a growing population, we know we're going to have we need efficient production. I think that there are a number of folks in the United States has a great opportunity. You saw the charts earlier where, at the higher income levels, at 7% of income that goes towards food. We get to have choice. If we want we want to go down to the local store and we want to have something locally, we can do that. But it's not a way to get scale production. So one of the things that we've tried to do, because this is a challenge, we want more young people involved in agriculture. We need that. 1.4% of the population of the United States is involved in agriculture. And it's difficult to get young people involved and excited about that. We need to do a better job communicating why this is exactly the industry that they should be involved in. There's technology, it's a higher purpose, and I see young people really wanting to drive change. We need to get them excited about that so that they can inform themselves and inform their cadre of what food production is all about. At Land O'Lakes, we started something called the Global Food Challenge. We go onto campuses, and with that, we have 4 or 5 campuses. We have them talk about what would you do to solve this great challenge in a sustainable way. And everybody comes, some come out locally, some come at it broadly, And after they go through the interview process, we go through 6 months of working with them, helping them understand what's involved in agriculture at different levels, bringing them into Washington, and then we move them into Africa, where we have a development division, and we show them about food production there. It's going to take things like that, getting young people excited about the industry, to change some of the conversation and help them understand how aligned that is with one of their aspirations, I think, which is to make change.
And maybe if I can add one thing to that, is to say there are no sweeping answers. I think if you can, on your campuses with students, I think if they can understand that it's not all or nothing. You don't have to go vegan and nothing else. I think there's room for everyone. I think people can try, people can experiment different diets and see what resonates with them. There's enough supply, and they can inform. People like Beth listen to what what students are saying, what people on campuses are saying. So definitely, I think if people can have a bit of an open mind to say that sweeping answers are not necessary. Feel free to try out different things and see what works for you. There's enough supply for whatever you may be inclined towards. The other thing I would say is just in terms of getting students involved in the science part of food, there are enormous challenges. So Rabobank started a food prize in conjunction with MIT. Only recently, it's been just 2 years. It's open to all universities. So I definitely encourage you to look up things like that, contests like that can maybe help inspire some spark in students.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Dan Kirk-Davidoff from MDA Information Systems.
I'm sorry, could you
sorry,
speak up? Yeah,
Dan Kirk-Davidoff from MDA Information Systems. We do a lot of remote sensing of agricultural activity and also weather and climate forecasting. So, Ms. Ford, I was particularly interested in your comments about sustainability, and I'm wondering how Land O'Lakes sees the balance between sort of mitigation-oriented activities like, say, reducing methane or output or carbon storage in soils versus adaptation activities like making suggestions about changes in practices to adapt to a changing environment.
Yeah, it's a really good question. It's interesting that you're involved in that area because it is amazing to me how quickly new tools are being developed, data structure being developed to enhance the capability for farmers on the acre. In terms of making change, what we try to do is, farmers are entrepreneurs and independent business people, right? And we have to make sure that it is motivating for them to make change. And generally, in my experience, what motivates people is what's in it also for me, right? Not because they're just in it for themselves. I think that they want to be able to hand over their operation to the next generation. So what we try to do is work with them to look at different strategies. To your point, are we recommending, are we providing? We're not directive in that. We give them menus of opportunities and options for them to select from to improve either their water or land issues. And from that, I think we will make progress. Again, it's early. And some of these tools are just developing. It's interesting. You've got remote sensing capabilities. How do we bring all of that together in unstructured data? We've developed a data silo. We've got data tools. We've got satellite technology. I mean, we're bringing all of these tools to play. And I think making sure that the farmer sees exactly how it can help them be more profitable and more sustainable over time, that will, I think, be the motivator. And so it's going to be more of a consultative master agronomist, that type of a behavior, I believe.
Thank you. Question over here.
Hi, I'm Melinda Sposari with the Fertilizer Institute. Beth, one, I just like to say I very much agree with your comments that farmers have been in the business of sustainability for a long time. And you talked a lot about your efforts on sustainability and coordinating with farmers and retailers such as Walmart. Are you also coordinating on a global level, for example, with United Nations Global Sustainability Goals?
That's a really great question. We're primarily a domestic business, but we do development projects overseas, and we work really more through USAID. We also are funded by the Gates Foundation. We're looking at different work with smallholder farmers. And again, very early in our process in terms of tools and tools development and programs, So would I say we would never work internationally and not with the United Nations? No, I would not. I think we're aligned with some goals. But what I would say is we're early days standing up the team and working and leveraging our tools, and we'll see how that evolves. Because I think you're absolutely right. This is a global challenge. You know, I certainly heard a question earlier about water and water supply and the concerns around that. And I think we're going to have an evolving conversation around that particular area as well. You know, there's just fewer natural resources, reduced natural resources available going forward, and we're going to have to address that in a sustainable way.
Luke or Rajiv, would you like to comment on how you interact with?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd add globally, I think we see examples where this is being driven by governments and regulation, whether it's the New Zealand dairy sector or parts of Europe. So some of it's driven by the government, but I think a lot of it is going to be driven by consumers and the pressure that is being put by the consumer back down onto the supply chain and farmers, you know, to come and meet those demands. And I think to that point, you know, farmers need to realise that what's in it for them is the opportunity to operate and to be able to be sustainable in those supply chains. And so I think Beth mentioned, like, there is a lot of technological advances there in terms of ability to track nutrients more closely these days, and so I think there's a big opportunity also for farmers and the agricultural sector to be communicating what they're doing to consumers. A lot of what we do, we just do it and then it doesn't go anywhere, and I think there's a big opportunity to kind of get more on the front foot with some of that thing.
You know, I want to add to your comment, because you're right. What we see more than any other time that I've been in industry is the consumer is really driving behaviors of consumer packaged goods, of companies, of all of these things. So the consumer, I often say to the members when we have to make shift in practices, the consumer is in charge. The risk, I'm going to go back to, I think Vanessa was the question. The risk is the consumer is in some ways uninformed. And so I think that there's an uninformed view of what is really possible and what is actually happening in agriculture. And that, to me, is a challenge for producers and for farmers in general. We need to do a better job of communicating, to your point, what the real capability is, how the policies and practices are under development and are sustainable practices to help consumers understand what really is happening. The good news for us from a marketing perspective is our research would show nobody's more respected than the farmer. Mm-hmm. Nobody's more respected than the farmer. So we really, in these communications, try to put the farmer out front to share that communication because they have authenticity that is desirable for, you know, consumers and for everybody involved. And I think that that's a muscle we're going to have to continue to develop and grow.
Maybe, Beth, I can, you identified one risk, which is the consumer may not be well informed. The other big risk is when we look at these sustainable development goals, they target, as it relates to agriculture, they target income generation. And I think we have seen a lot of those projects fail because they don't realize that agriculture is a system. So I think when you're working with farmers, you need to make sure that you're working with the logistics providers, with the off-takers, with the people who are involved in trade, with the people who are involved in the destination market. So that's the one thing that we have Rabobank has worked in Africa for a number of years. So it's about capability building in the whole system and not just, you know, the victims that are visible.
That's a good point. You know, everyone likes to talk about environmental sustainability, but there's also the financial sustainability that's very key. I'm afraid this is going to have to be the last question. The gentleman who's been standing over here patiently at the mic.
Thank you. My name is Jake Tabor. I'm a student at Virginia Tech studying agribusiness. I've got two questions, one for Ms. Ford and then the latter for Mr. Chandler. Ms. Ford, I'm sure you're well aware of the new dairy regulations in the state of California regarding limiting methane emissions. Do you see this as one of the biggest challenges that the dairy industry will have to face going forward, and how much research and development is Land O'Lakes putting into that? And then Mr. Chandler, you're speaking about declining tractor sales. What's the prospects of the electric market in terms of tractors? And do you think that would be geared more toward hobby farmers? Because I know there's some serious concerns about horsepower and range with the production side of that.
So, it's Jake, right? Okay, so Jake, methane reduction, you know, interesting question, and yes, we do have our R&D team working at it. Is there a particular feedstock that we could potentially feed to animals there that would have a methane gas reduction? We've talked about digesters, different strategies that we're working with our sustainability group on. So we are working on that particular issue aggressively. You're right, it's an issue. You know, for California producers, they have a number of challenges. They have a number of challenges right now. They had water challenges. Now they've got water challenges in a different way. I'd say, you know, so they had water challenges. They have an increasing labor cost driven by required labor, and then immigration challenges and concerns. And they're on a different pricing. I won't really get deep into the boring stuff that I find interesting, but nobody else does. I get that. But they have a different pricing model. And so I say this to say, yes, when you said, is it going to be the biggest thing? I think they have a number of challenges that they're working through in a good, productive way. They're not trying to say methane gas reduction isn't important. They're saying, okay, wait, we've got to step through with what the real capability is. And at the same time, I've got to make trade-off decisions about how I invest in my business against increasing cost of labor, concern I have on immigration reform. Where is the access to global markets we've been talking about? California into China, California into Mexico. So if you're a California producer, you've got a lot of challenges. So to say, is methane going to be critical in methane reduction? It is. Is it their biggest moment right now? Well, we're going to work this issue. Sustainable production is critical to our California producers and to others, but they also have a variety of challenges right now.
Regarding electric tractors, I wish I had an engineer here to sort of tell you what they're working on, but I guess I make a few comments just more broadly around technological change and advancements, and I'm not exactly sure. We are definitely doing some stuff in electric tractors. I'm not sure what the timeline for that looks like, to be honest, but clearly, you know, in every sector, the rate of change is accelerating. And so things like electric cars are obviously very much in play, as they are in agricultural machinery, but so is things like autonomous, and we're seeing that in cars as well as in agricultural machinery. The linkages into GPS, the ability to zone in on a really kind of a much smaller area these days to be able to manage nutrients and inputs and those sorts of things. And then the decisions that farmers can make on the go in real time is only going to improve over time. And so I think that how that sort of plays out, and obviously just in the space that we're in, we're seeing new entrants like Google and Amazon and some of these technology companies coming in and having a role, and so I think that's really going to sort of change the shape of what agriculture looks like moving forward.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry to say we've run out of time because these panelists have been so excellent with their presentations. So please join me in thanking each of them. Before I turn it over to Warren, I just want to say one more thing. I am really appreciative of so many students being in the room, and I hope that you will continue to look at the websites and reach out to each of these companies, because they've done an awful lot to invest in universities and in training and programs. I know Deere just announced an affiliation with Iowa State at their research campus, and all of them are reaching out to help develop the next not only innovations around the world in the food and ag space, but also the next round of the next generation of human capital. So please keep an eye on all that too for all the students in the room. Warren?
All right. Thank you, Sarah, Rajiv, Beth, and Luke. We'll give another round of applause for excellent presentations and interesting question and answer. Yes, I apologize for being the music that plays when the thank you speeches go on a little too long. But we do have to move on to the, we're adjourning our morning session. Student diversity winners, you have a you have a place where you need to be. For those of you who signed up for the networking luncheon, that will be down in salons A through E, just past the exhibit area and in the Skyview room where the morning registration was. Otherwise, the Crystal City Underground is available. Let me just remind everyone that there is a 5:30 cash bar reception, and for those of you who have registered, there's a 6:30 forum dinner with Zippy Duval, President of the American Farm Bureau Federation, will be our dinner speaker. And with that, we're adjourned, and the concurrent sessions will resume promptly at 1:45. Thank you.